Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing, and working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution. A movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have two fabulous speakers, and I am so honored to introduce them both. First, we have the amazing Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. She is a distinguished leader in the field of mental health and emotional wellness with a career spanning over 25 years. She is the author of the transformative book called Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask, Emotional Wellness Series, a comprehensive resource that includes a book, workbook, and a companion journal. This series has been pivotal in supporting individuals on their journeys towards authenticity and emotional freedom, speaking a transformative shift in their lives. As an international speaker, educator, and certified mental health practitioner, Dr. Boone Thornton has shared her expertise at conferences across the globe, including East Africa and Spain. Her passion for education and mental health has driven her to develop and teach groundbreaking courses on disaster trauma, emotional wellness, and leadership in human services. In addition to her work in the classroom, she has been recognized as a global humanitarian and world civility ambassador for her commitment to fostering emotional wellness and promoting peace on a global scale. Amazing, amazing woman. And our second guest speaker today, she's also an amazing and accomplished speaker, Dr. Felicia Young. She is the owner of Higher Minds of Education and Dr. Fee Speaks. These are two dynamic ventures aimed at inspiring and equipping individuals for success. With nearly 20 years of experience in higher education and over 7 years as a business owner, Dr. Young's mission through Higher Minds of Education is to support students, families, and educators with services like FAFSA, FAFSA assistance, college and career coaching, and educational programs. As a life strategist under Dr. Fee Speaks, she helps individuals organize their lives, implement new ideas, and achieve work-life balance. Her focus extends beyond professional success, emphasizing mental wellness, self-growth, and resilience, drawing from her personal journey of overcoming challenges such as imposter syndrome, depression, and balancing motherhood with entrepreneurship. Okay, let's get ready to be enlightened, empowered, and educated on a phenomenal topic. Welcome, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton and Dr. Fee. Before I turn it over to you, Dr. Michelle, please allow me to remind you that genius is common, and I will see you both on the other side.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I am just delighted to have Dr. Felicia Young with me today. You know, I talk about mental wellness and health and as it all goes together, and people sometimes get the impression that, you know, once your business starts and you're successful, that it's an easy road, because we show up, not imposter syndrome, but we show up looking good, everything is great, but there's a lot of work. And not only just a lot of work, there's a lot of emotional, I'm not going to say trauma, but in some cases it could be traumatizing that we go through as we move into becoming a business owner. And that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to let you all hear just a little bit about what Dr. Felicia does, and then we're going to talk about the impact of mental health and wellness on your journey. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited. Still just excited. This is a wonderful opportunity. So thank you, Dr. Thornton.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I want to know, how has it been starting and managing your business? And you have two of them, Higher Minds and Dr. Fee Speaks. How has that impacted your mental health?
It has definitely been a journey. I can say that I've had the highs and the lows of entrepreneurship. Being a mom, being a business owner, being a student, it has been a ride, but I have been able to manage it, but I've needed help. So and I, aim to be the help that others need, but it has been a journey.
Now walk us through that a little bit. Not gonna let you get away with that, because there are people who are building their businesses, women out there who are, giving it all, and they are parents and they have other jobs. Sometimes we just can't jump into entrepreneurship. We got to work our real job before we can go to our real job. And so that is just a strain. I mean, it's a strain, it's a struggle. So talk about how you overcame that. And what kept you going?
So I'll tell you, I lost my job, and there was a great flood that in the area that I lived in, it had never flooded in 50 years. So there was a flood and a job loss all in the same 24 hours. I had a small child who was about 5 years old. I needed to survive because we needed lights, water, and housing. So with no job, I built the business from what I knew. And that was my experience of working with students. So my passion is definitely helping those people achieve greatness. And so at that point, it was students. So I created that business, but it was very hard. I started with one family, helping them do FAFSA correctly, find scholarships. But it was definitely a struggle because there was no money. And so, as we know, as a mom with a new house and a flood, there was paperwork, there was FEMA, there was issues. I mean, it was a fiasco. Like, if there was never a fiasco, that was a made for a lifetime TV show.
Okay.
It was, but my determination to survive and to make my son proud of me was really what kept me going. I've had days where I was in the bed thinking, why is this happening to me? Like, what did I do ever to have this happen to me? And just really realizing that it did not happen to me, it happened for me. Excellent. And realizing it was actually just a important step to my next part of my life. So it wasn't easy, but it was definitely worth it. On this side of it, it was definitely worth all of the struggle and all of the pain.
I love how you broke that down, because just looking at you from afar, we would think, oh, she got it together, and you do. But because people don't see that struggle, they think that, oh, she was just lucky, or and don't really understand what comes with being an entrepreneur or a businesswoman. And you talked about your son and you really wanting to make him proud. Was there anybody else in your support system that kind of helped you? And then speak to us about how important a support system is.
A support system is everything. So I had my mom and my dad, and they were supportive, but they were like, girl, you need to get a job, because I don't know about this entrepreneurship thing, because that is not something that was normal in my family, right? Everybody worked blue collar, those sorts of things. So everyone had like stable jobs, retirement, those sorts of things. But that wasn't my journey. So I could not find a job. I literally applied for 40 jobs every day and would get 40 rejection letters by 7 days. Okay. So I started this business. I created $9 Vistaprint cards, and I got busy. So I started to attend events, and then I started to meet other entrepreneurs. So in that way, my circle began to grow, where I had like-minded people around me, because it's kind of difficult to be in full entrepreneurship if you're not surrounded by full entrepreneurship, because you'll always get drawn back into corporate America, because that's what everybody around you is doing. But I surrounded myself by entrepreneurs, because the traditional way that I learned, go to college, get a job, work, retire, then that wasn't working for me anymore. That just was not my journey. So I connected with people whose journey kind of looked like mine. So I've created all of these amazing friendships and partnerships with people who are entrepreneurs. And I have one particular friend, when I was starting the journey, I would be at his business, like applying for jobs. And he said to me, you need to work your business. Instead of applying for jobs, you need to work your business, because that is what's going to make you successful. And I was looking at him like, I need to pay the light bill and I need to eat. I can't work a business that makes no money. He's like, but you won't ever make any money if you don't work the business. So that was very important, because there were people who believed in me when I didn't even believe in myself. Like, I would laugh and smile, and people are like, how are you laughing and smiling? Because I have surrounded myself by people who said this is normal. Like the struggle, the stress, the depression, the anger, the excitement, the roller coaster, that is a part of the entrepreneurship journey. So, I mean, just having people say it's okay made it okay.
I like that. I like that a lot, because you said so many great things in your message. Number one, if you got a dream and your passion, follow that. Because everybody might not see it. You know what I'm saying? They may not see what you see, but that doesn't mean give up on your dream. I like the fact that you decided to invest in yourself, okay? Because that's what it takes. You know, for us to be the best, or to even transition from one phase to a next phase, we have to make that investment in ourselves, because sometimes we just don't show up ready for the next phase or the next level. And I like that you had just the wherewithal to do that. You know, I come across a lot of people who want to be in business, but they don't really want to invest in themselves. And that is really, really key. And then the other thing you said, okay, you basically said, hey, I was over here with a group of people who were all like-minded, but their mind wasn't in the place where I needed to be. Right? You needed to get over here with the people who had their own businesses, who were going through what you wanted to be. And it's great to find that person. Because I can remember when I wanted to do the international speaking, right? I was like, no, I've never spoke internationally. What am I need to? And so I started watching people. And I started connecting with those people. So it's really, really important to connect with people who are either where you are or where you want to be. And you can do that as mentorship. You can do that as a coach. You can find this life strategist. You can find somebody, you know, somewhere. You know, we are so close internationally now through the global society that we can connect anywhere in the world. And so I really love that piece. Did that create any kind of fear for you? You know, actually leaving this group and moving? I mean, this is a group that you grew up with. Sometimes it's family, friends, that sometimes you have to let go to find that dream. Talk to us about that and the emotions that impact that.
So because there was so much going on, I had no time to really think about the fear. Now I realize that I was operating from survival mode. So the fear was there, but I don't think I had time to acknowledge it, right? Mm-hmm. But thinking back, the fear was the drive, because I had fear of failure. So although I had people around me who did support me, I'm an only child. And so my mom and I are really, 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 really close. She did not believe that it was really going to happen. So to have someone so close to you not believe that it's going to happen. I mean, this is a person who has supported me through all of the crazy ideas that I've come up with. For her to really say, I didn't think it was going to work, was like mind blowing, because I had to survive in spite of that. Because I'm sure there are other people who were afraid to say, this is not going to work, Felicia. But it had to work. Like, there was nothing else for me to do. I said I apply for 40 jobs every day. I really applied for 40 jobs every day, because that's what I knew to, like, that was my comfort zone. Apply for a job. You know, I have a master's degree. I'm doing all the things. But having that support of those other entrepreneurs really kind of pushed me in the right direction, because I had to block everything out that wasn't saying, yes, Felicia, this is what we're going to do. So believing the yes myself Like blocking out all the no's and saying that there's no other option but success really, really helped me, because you're gonna fear, where's the money gonna come from? You're gonna fear, am I being a good parent? Is this the right journey? Is this the right role? You don't really know, but you have to really believe in yourself and believe that this is the right thing to do, because you have like set your mind on it, and you know it's coming from a good place. It's not for greed, it's not for status. Like, this is really because I need to survive and take care of my child. But inside of that, I've always enjoyed helping students. So it was like a passion as well. So that helped also, because just helping students get into college or get scholarship money, that gave me a good feeling that I was doing something good. So that kind of kept me going, because I was able to get that residual happiness from my students.
Great. So now it sounded to me that you had like just this drive and this work ethic that you were bringing with you. So talk to me about that work ethic, because people starting out in business, it's like, how many hours should I be putting in? Am I doing too much? Am I neglecting over here? Talk about that work ethic and what it takes, like on a daily kind of basis.
Yeah, I talk to my clients a lot about this under my Dr. Fee Speaks banner, that there is no balance. There's only a juggle, right? On some days, work is priority, and other days, family is priority. Like, you have to figure out what is important on a day-to-day basis. I had a lot of drive. I had a lot of tears as well. Mm-hmm. There were days where I could not get out of bed, where I was like, truly, like, I don't know what is going on, what is going to happen. Am I going to be able to make it to the end of the week? How am I going to pay my bills? But knowing that laying in the bed was not going to make any of that better. So even though I'm sad and I don't want to do it, let me get up with my $9 Vistaprint cards and let me get out to all the free events, all the luncheons, all the just everything that people would let me do. I did that. So I kind of built that work ethic. But being an entrepreneur, there are no set hours. You're up in the middle of the night. You're up on international calls. You are working with students. You are having calls after work hours, because there are no work hours. I can lay in the bed and something will hit my mind at 9 o'clock, and then I'm like, oh, let me write it down in my tablet so I won't because your brain is constantly moving. But you have to create a space where this is your shut off time, or this is your relaxed time where you have to reset, because constantly you will work, because it's your business. There's no set paycheck. Every 2 weeks it's not coming. You decide how much money you make. You decide how your business is going to grow. So with that being in mind, you're in constant go mode, but you have to set boundaries for yourself in order to achieve. So the work ethic is crazy. The work hours is insane. However, there must be a juggle of work-life rest, because rest is underrated. You need rest.
Absolutely. And that's really good, because, we can't pour from an empty cup.
You cannot.
So if we're depleted, then what are we giving our job? What are we giving our students? What are we giving the client? Right. I understand that. So talk to me a little bit more, because, now you're like weaving down into my area about self-care practices. Now, you talked about balancing. Boundaries are so great. Everybody kind of struggles with boundaries, because, you have professional ones, personal ones, all type of boundaries that you got to come up. But that prioritizing self-care, what did that look like for you? And what does it look like now for you?
Initially, it looked like just taking a break to go have a walk in the park. So when there was no job, and there was the graduate program, and a child in a house with no walls, and a business that was not really a business, it just was a business in my mind. Right. So I would walk, I would just walk. I walk 5 miles a day. So that 5 miles a day gave me time to reflect and just schedule in my mind what I needed to do, what steps I needed to take, how all this went wrong, how it needs to go right, and now that still kind of looks the same. So now I can afford the gym membership and the trainer. So exercise is still my self-help go-to. When I'm stressed, when I'm angry, when I'm frustrated, I'm going to the gym. I'm going to work out because that's going to help me be able to reset and not have to think about all of the things that I have to do. I can just focus on exercise, focus on the treadmill to get all of that energy, all that busy energy out of me. So that way, when I come out an hour and a half later, I can focus.
Okay. And so was there any time that you kind of feel like you experienced burnout or anything like that? I know you said, there were days you couldn't get out of bed. And I think we all have those days. We don't talk about them, but we do have them. So was there any time that you felt like you were just really burnt out?
During COVID.
Okay.
During COVID, because I did not realize I was a person who needed other people. So before COVID, I was out. Like, I was presenting, I was in entrepreneurship roundtables. I was just surrounded by people. And so that immediate lockdown was a struggle for me. And I went into extreme work mode. So I did all of the things. I did Zoom chats and coffee meetups on Zoom. And I worked constantly until my son said, "Mom, you don't ever have time for us.
Oh, wow.
You're always working." So I realized at that point, once we were able to open back up, I needed to get a separate workspace, like not in the home, but somewhere else. So that way I could be able to divide my space, because I really was doing everything. I was working. I was running the business. I was meeting up with people. I did a class to learn about the Constitution. I was just finding things to do, but I didn't realize that it was taking up so much of the time in the house that I was just at the end of the day exhausted. So I had no time for anyone. And so at that point, I realized there was a form of burnout and I needed to relax and figure out how to juggle things in the right way, because that wasn't good.
That's a great point right there, because, especially when you're starting in your business and, you have opportunity here, opportunity there, opportunity here. Where do you set the boundaries? You know what I mean? You don't want to pass up that one big opportunity, but you don't want to work yourself to death either. And like you say, you have to have that time for your family, because at the end of the day, family is what it's all about. Right. So talk to us about actually setting the boundaries. I mean, where did you draw on that? What, is this too much? If I spend too much time, how help people kind of figure that out, walk that line?
So creating the business allowed me a lot of time, more time to be a mom, to be present for events and school events and sports things. So beginning to work so much kind of took that away. So I set the boundary at creating all of the things that I needed to do to be okay. So I need to work, I do, but I also need to go to the gym, because I know that that's going to help me with my health as well as my mental health, right? Physical health, but as well as mental health. Also making sure that I have a calendar. I live by my calendar. So I have all of my children's events on my calendar. So when I have things for them, there are no other things. They are my priority in that. Okay. And so, realizing that every day can't be a work day. Every day can't be a hustle day. Realizing that the hustle mentality is not going to get me where I need to be. I have to be strategic in my planning and my thinking, not only as a business owner, but also as a friend, also as a mother, also as a daughter, prioritizing what is important, but also setting boundaries for people in your lives, because if you give so much, they will just take so much. So making sure that everyone understands that
that right there. If you give so much, they will just keep taking.
It will never end. So, even with my children, they know if I am working, okay, mommy is working, this is what mommy's doing. Even if they come to my office, I have little jobs, I have a little shred box for them, shred these papers. Everybody has a role. So we all know what we're doing. because now it's a work time. But if there's a playtime, then mommy is focused. I'm not on my phone. I'm on the swing. I'm on the slide. You know, there are the things, but you have to have boundaries, because one thing will get more and then there'll be nothing left for anybody else. So
that's a good thing, because, you know, we are just available to people 24/7. You know, there's a text, there's an email, there's an Instagram, there's something happening where people can get to you 24/7. Do you have like a cutoff time on social media?
So my life is in the tech era. And so I'm very happy to say I remember life before so much technology, and I enjoyed my life with the technology. So I use social media to connect with family who is not in the same area with me. So just connecting with them. I do set a timer on my phone. So you can set on your social media where you're unavailable, like it puts it to sleep. Now, sometimes I creep in and undo it because I'm kind of like, my mind is restless. So, but I have set those alarms because your mind will never shut off. It's kind of like having a TV on while you're asleep. Like your brain needs rest. So I have to like set those timers so I won't be on Instagram like watching videos, because that's a part of a boundary for me, like getting enough sleep, because I didn't sleep a lot because I was worried a lot. Right. So I was in the doctoral program. I was worried. I had a little kid, the house flood. I mean, like it went in my sleeping. So I had to set that as a definite, this is a timer. But yeah, I kind of enjoy it though.
Right. And you know, it's so, the world we're in now is a little bit different. I remember the old days too, before all of this social media and this technology. It's good, but it just makes you available to everyone. And I like the fact that you said you set boundaries. So is there a certain time of the night that you turn your phone off and maybe you don't turn it on, or maybe it doesn't come on, it's on Sundays? Do you have it set up like that?
So there is a nighttime timer, like 10 o'clock is my time. The phone is on do not disturb. We cannot talk after 10. Like, I don't want to know anything that's going on, anything that's happening in the world, because I am going to sleep. And I am a person who wants complete darkness when it's time to go to sleep. So the phone goes off at 10. Unless I'm sneaking on social media. Okay. But there has to be a time, because you have to rest. I talked to a group of 8th graders not too long ago about being responsible and accountable for themselves, like making it to school on time, because around 13, 14, you know to set a timer, because everyone has phones. So or an alarm clock, you know to set a timer to go to bed and an alarm to wake up. So I try to practice what I preach. So I turn my phone off at 10.
Excellent. And I just think that's a really good idea. I have, you know, I teach at a PhD level. So I have PhD students that are pulled in all kinds of directions. And one of the things we talk about is emotional wellness and burnout and things like that, and things that you have to put in place, boundaries, time limits, this, that, and the other. You'll find yourself all day long, even if you don't, even with working in international markets, you know, so if you turn your phone off 10 here, well, it's, you know, in the morning somewhere else, you know, so it's kind of difficult, but I like the idea of setting it up. Also like the idea that you use calendars. So you have more than one calendar, or you put everything on one calendar? There's business, there's the kids stuff. How do you do it?
It's one calendar.
Okay.
So because I have multiple calendars, but they all talk to each other. So they're all connected, because if I don't connect them all in one place, I won't know what's going on. I'll overbook myself. And so if you say, hey, Dr. Young, we need to meet up for lunch, I have to put it on the calendar, because I will forget. Like there's so much going on around me that I'll forget about lunch. Like I sometimes forget to eat. So I have to set a calendar invite for myself to this is time to eat, or this is time to do whatever. The kids have their whatever program. So I have to put it all in one space in order to keep up with it.
That's good. That's good to know, because, people starting out in business, these are things, you have to do where you don't feel like, oh, I'm doing too much. I got to schedule when I'm supposed to eat.
I schedule relaxation.
I never have that problem, Dr. Fee, that I have to schedule when I'm going to eat. I need to schedule no food. You just ate. But yeah.
But I even schedule, we're talking about self-care. If I'm going to have a self-care day in the middle of the week, like I drop kids off at school and I'm going to the spa, or I put that on my calendar so no one can schedule anything, because it's scheduled in your mind, but it needs to be scheduled in reality. So that way you can actually enjoy that time without interruption. I put everything on my calendar. Sleep. I'm sleeping for 3 hours.
Absolutely.
It has to be on there.
I like the message that you gave when you were talking about how your son was one of your really big motivators, because as a mother, as a parent, and you're starting your own business, you feel like you're taking stuff away from your family, especially your children sometimes, because you do got to find time to pour into this new business. How did that make you feel? I'm talking emotions and mental health now. Did you feel like you were being, you're neglecting or guilty? How did that make you feel?
So there is mommy guilt. Mommy guilt is a real thing. It's a real emotion. So what I tried to do early on was involve him in the work of the business. So I would do like a lot of vendor booths and tabling events. And so he would set up my tables. Like he actually did like a commercial during COVID for the business to talk about what it is that his mom does. So he understands that is how we eat and survive. But there are days that I do have lots of mommy guilt. I travel for work, and he has a lot of extracurricular activities. He's no longer a little boy now, he's a big boy. So there's lots of activities that I miss. So he actually placed on the track team last year, and I was not there. And so I felt so guilty and so sad and so just destroyed by it. But before he even started the track team, I told him that no matter where I am in the world rooting you on, making sure that we're able to pay for it, all of the things that you want to do. I am there with you. I'm your biggest supporter. So when he placed for the track team, I made sure that I cooked him a nice meal, like one of his favorite meals when I came in, because I literally came in off the road, picked him up, he showed me the medal. I jumped right from entrepreneur to mommy in 2.5 seconds, because he doesn't care that I've been up since 3 a.m. He doesn't care that I'm exhausted and I've talked to 20 million people today, and that, I'm like really, really tired and I'm talked out. He wants to tell me about his entire day. So I have to put that hat on. That's why I say it's a juggle. It's not a balance. It's what's important. And my son's need to tell me about his day was more important than me being tired from the workday. So, I mean, there is a lot of just, I don't even know, like putting your own emotions to the side when you're a mom, but you also have to find a way to deal with that as well. So, being a wife, a mom, a sister, a friend, like you kind of don't focus on your own emotions and what you need, but you have to make it a priority. You have to, because you'll take in so much that you'll not even know how you actually feel. So it's an array of emotions, just a mom, entrepreneur. There's a lot, but you have to find a way to make it through. So I make it through.
That is excellent advice, because, like I said, you kind of show up and you're looking fabulous and, everything is just perfect, but there's a lot of work that go on behind the scenes. A lot of what I've done as an international speaker and just, working with individuals' mental health, most of it, the travel piece came after my children were grown. So I didn't have that pull, because they're grown and they're doing their own things. But I could see where that would really be difficult as a mother sometimes. And I work with a lot of women who have younger children. And so I can see it. I mean, I can see that pull. But I like the fact that you included your son, right? You know, yes, your business, but it's our business. This is how we live. This is how we drive. This is how you're going to college, you know, all of those things. Right. And I think it's really, really important as a parent to involve your children in what it is you do, because again, you're building a legacy. You know, he may grow up and take over the business or become part of the business too. So we have to think about that generationally. And we also have to think about the fact that we are modeling the behavior for our children. So, you know, if we're not giving ourselves the care we need, we're teaching them that, you know, when you get your business, you just focus on it 100%, nothing else. So you are really modeling great behavior for him. So as an educator and the things that you do, you're working with the students, do you share this with them as you're working with them, getting ready to go to college? How do you kind of share that with them and impress upon them?
You know, I don't think that we realized at the time how important mental health across the board is, especially talking with young people. My freshman year in college was insane. Like, it was just everything that could happen happened. You know, just talking to students. If there's some tragedy that's going to happen, it's going to happen your freshman year of college. It's like everything is going to happen. So that's my advice to them. Like, you are excited. I'm excited for you. You are embarking on a journey that will be life-changing. However, realize that it will change your life. So your normal will no longer be normal. And I've had students come back to me and thank me for their advice, because you can't imagine the stress of going to class. There are no parents to tell you to wake up. There is no one there to force you to do your homework, you know, and just dealing with interactions of maybe having a relationship or friendships and living in dorms and just whatever your situation is, dealing with your family. You know, you could have a loss of a parent, a grandparent, just anything that can happen. Making sure that you have access to resources on campus is very, very important. So I make sure I do tell them the truth. Like, find where the nurse's station is, find where you can get mental health assistance if you need it, if you need someone to talk to, if you need counseling. Like, don't make it a taboo thing. Talk to someone so you can survive and graduate, because the point is to get you to college and through college.
Well, thank you so much for just sharing that. And I'm just taking that last part, a new normal. So business is a new normal, college is a new normal. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Wow, what an awesome conversation. I was in the peanut gallery going, ooh, that's me. She's talking to me. Thank you so much, Dr. Boone Thornton and Dr. Felicia. We appreciate you all being here. Allow the audience to get your contact information. Let's share that information.
Okay, so if they are contacting me, the best way to reach out to me is my website, drmichelleBooneThornton.com. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. I show up as the Unmasking Guru. So just connect with me, send me a text, and, you know, I just love to meet people. I am a professor at Regent University, so you can go on Regent's website and find me there as well.
Awesome. And Dr. Felicia?
And I can also be found at my website, drfeespeaks.com, or Higher Minds of Education. Also on Instagram and Facebook. You know, I'm surfing there. So Higher Minds of Education or Dr. Fee Speaks on all social media platforms.
I love it. Again, ladies, thank you so much for sharing your expertise. We really, really enjoyed your information, your encouragement, and your empowerment. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what?
you're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000-foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic is designed to help people just like you, that's right, and look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, are young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for the session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I have the honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Barbara H. Smith, a dynamic TEDx speaker, best-selling author, executive coach, and AI strategist. As CEO of BHS and Associates, LLC, Barbara has transformed organizations like Capital One and Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield through her expertise in corporate training, leadership development, and public speaking. With over 20 years in cybersecurity and a talent for making complex topics like AI accessible. Barbara is also the host of the Empowering You show on Amazon Fire and Roku, inspiring audiences worldwide. A passionate philanthropist, she supports causes like Natasha House for homeless women and children. Please join me in welcoming the incredible Barbara H. Smith to lead today's fireside chat. And remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Oh my gosh, I appreciate you so much. This has been a beautiful morning so far, and I'm grateful to have met you on this platform.
Absolutely, likewise.
Genius is coming.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Great rising to you all. And thank you for sharing with us on the Black Business Network. I have the honor and esteemed privilege to welcome a woman who serves as the President and Chief Engagement Officer of the Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, better known as the Council. As an intentional connector, she has a goal to close the wealth gap by certifying, developing, connecting, advocating for MBEs, minority business enterprises. The council serves minority business owners and corporate partners in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. And as a regional affiliate of the NMSDC, a 52-year-old nonprofit advocacy group. They are the largest certifying agency for MBEs in this nation. With over 16,000 members nationwide, CVMSDC is the go-to growth engine for MBEs. She is voted as 50 most influential in Charleston, South Carolina, Diversity Plus Top 25 Diversity Change Leaders, and a Top 25 Supplier Diversity Professional. She's a specialist in new business development. She's also a proud HBCU graduate of Spelman College. She holds an MBA in marketing from Penn State and is currently working towards her doctorate in business administration. She has received any number of awards for retail performance, business growth, and product expansion, and serves on multiple boards in both North Carolina and South Carolina. She and her husband, William, reside in Charleston, South Carolina, and are the proud parents of 3 young adults. Help me welcome to the show my friend, the intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
It is great to be back with you.
It's
always a pleasure to be on the stage with you.
It's always a pleasure to be with you too, Dominique. It is my joy and my pleasure to do this fireside chat with you. as always, I'm excited when I hear Dominique's going to be on the platform and you get to introduce her.
Thank you.
So let's talk briefly about what brought you to CVMSDC. Let's give the people a little bit of a background, a backstory.
Okay. All right. So, I'm a believer that everything you do in life leads you to that right point, right? That perfect mate, that perfect job, that ideal home. But sometimes we don't know it. So we're in preparation mode. God has us in preparation mode, right? And then as we are growing and learning, we're getting ready for what's in store for us. And so I had a very great career in corporate America, led the regional expansion of a telecommunications brand, did that for 20 years.
Wow.
It focused on new business development. And then I was called by a friend when I was making a transition from that position to help her start a company. And so I helped her start a company, and that company grew in rapid speed because of this organization that I lead right now. I didn't know anything about this organization. And so we grew that company from $0 to $20 million in a short period of time, right? And then since sold it. And so then when I was called in to work for this organization, I didn't think I could do it because I wasn't going to leave Charleston, and the organization leadership was in North Carolina. And they called me and said, well, it's not the president's role, it's the role under the president. And we interviewed and he liked me. And so he says, you can live wherever. So I started working here. And then a year and a half in, he was retiring from the position and I went for it. And they said, you can still work from anywhere. So I became the president a year and a half after. And what I love about it, when I landed in the role, I said, this is a combination of all the skills that I've developed, right? So I understand the corporate side, so I know what corporations need. I know how you have to show up for corporations for them to respect you and open the doors. And I also understand the struggle of the MBE, right? How hard it was for us to open doors and how this particular organization helped us to grow and catapult our business. And so having both sets of eyes or lenses into the needs of both audiences has really helped me to build MBEs like yourself, and to bring more corporations to the table, really speak both languages. So that's how I ended up here today. I have over 45 years of experience.
That is amazing. And you've helped so many like myself to be in the forefront. You open doors. The organization CVMSDC opens doors that would not typically be open to MBEs. Now, explain to the audience what that looks like. When I say CVMSDC truly has opened doors for me to places that I would not normally have had access to. How does that work?
So we're an advocacy group, right? And again, I say this every time. Hopefully one day I won't be saying it, but I feel like we're the best kept secret, right? So when I meet individuals like yourself and I tell them what we do, they're like, what? I didn't know you existed. And so what you find is businesses are started by people with great ideas, great visions, and then they fail very quickly in the first 5 years because they're trying to do it all alone. They're trying to use their own money, auntie's money, family money. They're not going to the banks like they should. And they're just going on pure grit, right? And there are organizations out there that can help you really navigate your business, navigate the waters, and really help you open doors of opportunity, put you in rooms with all the people you want to do business with, as opposed to you having to knock on 500 doors yourself, right? We're putting them all in the room for you together. So we're a 52-year-old organization. We're nationwide. And most of the major corporations in America are members of our organization. So NMSDC is the national organization. And then there are 23 affiliates across the country, 23 presidents like myself who cover and do the work on the ground. Barbara, there's a 300-year wealth gap in America. So the playing field, has not been equal. And so we are here to help close that.
What?
300 years. That means
300 years.
300 years. It would take 300 years for us to catch up, right? In terms of home ownership, land ownership, entrepreneurship to the majority population. That's the gap between the minorities and the majority.
So you did that really, really fast.
Yes.
Because you know these numbers.
Okay.
But I need this audience to understand what that really means, what that really looks like.
Yeah. So that looks like it would take 300 years for minorities to catch up to non-minorities. That's the gap. So let's just say we have $1 saved. The majority population might have $150 or we'll make it simple, $300 saved, right? In the bank. And so multiply that. So our savings, our business ownership, our land ownership does not equal, there's a gap, right? We've been playing Monopoly on the sidelines. They've been playing with the dollars and all the houses and the hotels, and we've been watching on the sideline, not allowed to play in the game, right? Now that we're in the game, we have to figure out how to get those doors open, how to make sure that the playing field is equal and we can get in there and show our value and do the work. It's not a handout. We want to be able to show the value that we have, right? And so our organization helps.
We just want the opportunity.
Just want the opportunity to prove ourselves. And we know that when we prove ourselves, they're like, whoa, this is powerful. And diverse companies are more profitable. Diverse companies are more creative, right? And so why not want to make your supply chain diverse, your employee pool diverse, because your customers are already diverse.
Right. And so, in this season of taking things back and not wanting to give open opportunities to all, I want to just make an analogy. So you talked about the game of Monopoly. Like, what I like to say is, we don't even know the rules to the game, and they've been playing the game for centuries.
Right.
And so now that we are on the board, we're still trying to strategically learn as we go. And organizations like the CVM SDC and the NMDC SDC are those engaging, pulling up those of us who have been behind the curve, been behind the wealth gap, been underneath all of this bureaucracy and not understanding. Because for me, I can only talk about me, I felt like I had to do it all. I felt like I knew enough, but I had to do it all. And transparency, I was ashamed to go ask for help.
Oh, that's not in our nature to ask for help.
Right.
So we do 4 things. We do 4 things, Barbara. So first we certify you. You've gone through the certification process. It could be long, it could be daunting, but once you do it, your paperwork is in order. We know that you are who you say you are. You've been pre-vetted. And so that just helps you to get stuff in order. So we certify you with the largest certifying agency in the United States. We help develop you. This is where I hang my hat, the development and the connection. So no matter where you are on the spectrum, you could be under $1 million, you could be $1 million, 5 million, you could be $1 billion. But you are constantly wanting to grow and get to the next level. And you have to, if you watched the video earlier, you have to slow down in order to speed up so that you can work on your business. And so we help you work on your business to learn strategy, to learn AI, to learn negotiations and marketing and finance so that you can now elevate your business to the next level. And we give scholarships for individuals to go through our programs. And then connecting, we put you in the same room with those individuals that you want to do business with, right? Sit you at the table with those people you want to do business with. You got to tell that story.
I am going to tell that story.
We advocate for you on a national, regional, and local level.
So you mentioned sit me at the table with. I got to tell this story. I'm going to abbreviate it. So I went to the NMSDC the BAC conference, business ownership conference, and I went to be a volunteer because I thought the best way to get your feet wet with the CVM SDC is to look at all the different avenues and places where you could help. So I signed up to volunteer. I get there, and one lady, Derica Alexander, who I've known from MBL, Metropolitan Business League, was there. She was the first person I saw, and she wasn't even, according to her, supposed to be there. This is how divinely things are lining up. She says, "Hey, Barbara," we hadn't seen each other since before the pandemic. We hugged, we embraced, and I showed her my latest media kit. I said, "Look what I just created." And she said, "Oh my God, I got to show this." So she shows it to the person who is in charge of the event, who is in charge of organizing the event. She runs up the hall. "Do you
Do you know that we were looking for somebody? She tells me she's going to call Dominique Milton and tell her that she found somebody to do the MC for 2 days. And I said, don't tell her. She said, why not? I said, just tell her you met this lady that you want to let her take your place in doing the MC. Before she could get back down the hall to tell me what Dominique said, I got a text message from Dominique directly because she's in my phone. Contact. She's in my phone. She texts me back, manifestation, oh yeah. Right then I knew I was in, not knowing what was about to happen. So the connecting part, sitting me at the table, as the MC, I get to speak to over 200 people in the room. For 2 straight days, they knew who I was and what I did. And I sat next to, unbeknownst to me, the vice president of Chase Bank. And he and I were chatting it up like old buddies. He introduces me. He says, you got to talk to Darla A. Harris. And I wasn't even qualified to be a part of the Impact for Coaching. Coaching for Impact is what it's called, with Chase Bank. And it's qualification based on revenue numbers.
Sure.
And my numbers weren't quite there. They weren't quite
rules
there.
Just to have rules, right?
You know what I mean? And he said, I don't care. I'm going to connect you with her. Darla and I have become best buddies. And so I did not know I was sitting next to Chase, and not just sitting next to him, having full-on conversation. Those are the doors. Those are the rooms that would not have been open to me had I not been part of CVM SDC and taken the initiative to be prepared to do what I do best, which is MC, talk, speak, train, those kinds of things. So I want to thank you again, Dominique, for giving me that opportunity.
You are welcome. But you said 3 things that I want our viewers just to really hone in on, right? So first and foremost, you came to volunteer. So your head and your heart were in the right place, right? You volunteered not knowing what you were going to expect. A lot of times we're seeking to build relationships, but we just want, right? But you were coming to give. And through your giving, you put yourself behind the scenes and in front of those people, and they could see you working before they needed you, right? So that is a very important thing. Volunteering is like your marketing dollars, right? You're doing it to help others, but you're getting exposure if you do it properly and you bring your A game. The second thing is you always bring your A game, Barbara. So no matter what room you show up in, you are ready on the spot at any time, right? And as a business owner, you have to always be ready. If you've got a product, where's your sample? Where is your capability statement, right? You're a speaker, so here's my press kit. So you are absolutely ready. And then, you know, you talk about sitting at the table and the gentleman said, oh, that's the rule, but we're going to do X. It's not who you know, but who knows you. And the rules might say one thing. You have to have this MCAT score. You have to have this level of spending. But those rules can be bent because they like you. They see promise in you. And we are so caught up in, oh, I'm not going to be able to do X because I need to have Y in place. No, you need to build that relationship. And once you build that relationship, then the person says, oh, no, you're good.
That was it was so, I mean, I'm still excited. Darla they have Coaching for Impact has a 4-month coaching program. And so the 4 months went so fast. I was like, she's like, you get ready to graduate. I said, graduate from what? She said, graduate from the program. I said, does that mean I graduate from you? She said, no, we're going to be connected forever, but I have to move you along. And I was like, that's not fair.
I love it. I love it.
So I will be graduating probably in February, going up to Northern Virginia or DC area. And she said it's a big deal, and I'll be able to get into, again, exposure to some other folks that could use my services. And
let me know when that is, that I might be able to come, okay?
Oh my gosh.
I'd love to be there. If my schedule permits, I'd love to be there.
Oh my God, that'd be so great. But you and I were talking behind the scenes about something, and I'm super excited. I'm about to lose my voice, as you can tell, because this is not how I normally sound. I want you to talk about the connection between Barbara and Dominique has been cultivated into something else. I'm going to let Dominique share with you.
Yeah, so, we both have the same mentor on this show, Dr. Eric Kelly, and he has pulled us, and one of my mantras is you have to do something outside of your comfort zone every day to grow. And so when he first pulled me for this, it was outside of my comfort zone, but I said yes.
Really?
And then, yes, absolutely. And then he had the vision for me to do the Dominique show. And I said, okay. And I'm not one just to talk for an hour just by myself on the show. That's just not how I roll. But he's pushed me. So I always found somebody to interview and bring onto the show. And they're our most successful business owners. And then in the interim, I started the show that he had the vision for, Intentionality with Dominique. And you saw the intro for that a little bit earlier, where we talked about the importance of working on your business versus working in your business, right? So I have interviewed countless numbers of successful business owners because I want business owners to glean knowledge from people who've been successful, and so that they don't have to make the same mistakes. If you listen and you take notes and you adhere to the lessons that they're teaching you, you don't have to make the same mistakes because somebody has walked before you, right? So that was the impetus for my show. And then when you and I connected, the last time we were together on the show, talking back and forth, it just occurred to me because, Dr. Kelly says, Barbara's going to interview you. And I was like, okay, great. And then when we get on the show, we just started talking and vibing back and forth. I said, Barbara, we need our own show, right? So let's put our own show together. I came up with a name. Barbara goes to Chat GPT, and we come up with another name. And y'all, if y'all are not into Chat GPT, I'm going to tell you, it's a lifesaver, okay? Download the app, get it, and learn how to. I made a presentation in 15 minutes that would have taken me hours. And it put it on the slides for me, right? So, the behind the scenes we were working, and literally in 15 minutes, we came up with the idea, the name for the show. And so we're going to pitch to Dr. Kelly that we're going to be having our own show here behind the scenes. So we're claiming it right now, Dr. Kelly. A show where we're talking to each of you about how you just really build your business, work on your life, and just to show up differently. What's the name of the show, Barbara? Momentum?
The Momentum Show with Barbara and Dominique.
There you go. It's coming to y'all in 2025. And I do want to talk about setting intentions, Barbara. Can we talk about that?
Yes, please.
So, one thing that I do at the end of the year, I start in November, is I go back and I recap the year, see what I did. I look at my vision board and I look to see, what did I do? Did I accomplish all that I wanted to? And a lot of us, we get caught up in this list that we create at the beginning of the year, and that list is dead by middle of January, beginning of February. So instead of doing list, when I set my intentionality, I pick one word that I'm going to focus on for the year. And I encourage everybody to get that book. It's called One Word That Will Change Your Life. So every year I create one word, and then every year I do a vision board. And so I list out all the things I want to get done for the year. Then I open up a PowerPoint presentation and I just start grabbing pictures from the web, putting them in there, put my words in there, and I have it up on my wall. And so I don't have to look back and do a checklist on the list. I'm looking at my vision board. Okay, I got that done. I got that done. I got that done. So it's there in front of me. It's my screensaver on my computer. It's there in front of me every single day. So last year, my word was intentionality. Next year, my word is going to be double down.
Ooh.
Double down. Double down on everything. Why? Because after that election, I said, ooh, they're going to be coming after us, right?
Yep.
They're coming after this work. They're coming after the opportunities.
Yep.
We all, as business owners, have to double down. We have to double down in everything that we're doing to make sure that we bring our A game, make sure that we're intentional, to make sure that we are ready and that we're creating our own opportunities with each other, right?
Yeah.
So double down is my theme. My vision board is done. I'm going to take stock of everything I did last year. I'm going to look at where I spent my money. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and the trillions of dollars that the Black community spends outside of our community. But I want to go back to something you just recently said about your intentionality, what you do, your strategy. I do something similar, but I have a little bit of a twist with mine. I went back this year, probably the first time I've done it. I went back this year to January, and I took note of all the people I spent time with. Excuse me, that I spent time with. Was it productive? Do I need to revisit them? Do I need to put them on my to-call list this year for 2025? And I too have a vision board and an intentionality. 2024 goals are still sitting over there on my whiteboard. But I did something different this time, and it was interesting to recap the year and see where I have come. Which businesses did I connect with that were profitable with me and for me? Which businesses said not now that I need to go back and revisit? Because what happens is we make a list, we check it twice, we go and call these people or this organization, we may visit with them, and then some of us, maybe not all of us, I'm going to say me, I forget about that. Okay, they said no, or they said not yet, and then I move on to the next, and I've forgotten that I needed to double back to this person. Well, I'm using tools like ChatGPT now in a miraculous way to help me remember who I met last year, who I met this year. I'm already calling it last year. And then Darla in the Coaching for Impact told me something that has forever changed my life that I'm doing now that I'm going to share with you. And that is, in the month of December, we typically sit back. People are not spending money. People are not doing anything but getting ready for the new year. They're celebrating with their families. She said, no. She said, Miss Barbara, this is what I want you to do. And since December the 8th, I've done that. She says, I want you to call people that you want to do business with in December, and tell them you're looking towards 2025. By the time you get to the end of the month, you'll have your whole entire calendar for January set up.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, I have had 2 to 3 to 4 meetings every single week in this month of December. People are still spending money, People are still taking appointments. They're not maybe taking them for December, although I got appointments every week. I have 3 appointments to talk to people about what service I can provide and help them with. And I'm going in a different way. Have been told this 1,000 times, but just never really did it. What can I help you with? Where are you?
There you go.
Where are you struggling? Where are you spending time? Because now that I am a ChatGPT prompt engineer, I can easily and quickly help you stop wasting time.
I love that.
I've already helped a banker. I've already helped a realtor. I've already helped an educator this month alone. And my strategy has been working. So let me give you a 30-minute complimentary consultation on facts, real world scenarios that I can help you. Now, your charge to me after spending and giving you that time is, who do you know that I could help this way? And will you do a recommendation or a referral for me? Give me the warm introduction. I'll take it from there. And that's
I love that. I just taking notes on the side because we have so much to learn from each other. But that is so key, is just setting the plan, and you use that time to work it. And I love the fact that you said, I go back and I look at where I spent my money, and so I can see whether I spend it wisely and I actually stop spending. Right? I'm a consumer of necessity for now. Okay, because we spend way too much. And we need to spend less and invest more, right? And be intentional spending it with each other. But I love the fact that you said, who did I impact? Who did I spend my time with? And then setting intentions for your future meetings. And people, I'm going to tell this one quick story. I remember when I was right out of college and I had my first job, and my upper manager said to me, you have to do this presentation on the pathways for video technology across all industries. And so I started reaching out to people who were inventing this technology. And then I invited them to come to my presentation. So I had the CEO of 2 companies speak. Wow. And after it was over, they said, how did you get them to come in here? I said, well, I just called them up. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to call the CEO of X company and ask him a question and come in. And they said, you just called the CEO? Yes, I did, because he's a human being and you told me I had to do this project and he has all the information. So my message there is you can't be intimidated by people, right? Everybody wants to contribute. CEO on down, from Warren Buffett on down, they want to feel valued. They have information for you, but nobody's asking them, right? And like you said earlier, you had my number in your phone, and we can connect. You might be coming through to town and reach out to me and say, hey, Dominic, want to have lunch? Where somebody else will be like, oh, Dominic's busy. She's not going to have time for lunch. I eat lunch every day. So I'm going to have it with somebody, right? So we have to take stock of the people who we want to meet, the people who we do know, and utilize those contacts so that we are growing every day. People don't know how to utilize their contacts.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I went through my contact list. I went through my phone and said, you haven't talked to this person. You haven't talked to this person. You keep saying you don't have whatever. Why aren't you using your contacts? And the other thing I learned this year, during the year, was to use Hi Hello, which is an app.
Yes.
Instead, a free app.
Yes.
I'm queen of FREE, just to say. I used to take business cards. I don't anymore. Because like most people, I got stacks of them. I mean, this got clips on it. I don't even know that. I don't even know half of who these people are.
You don't, because they become a stack of garbage when you get them back home.
So in Hi Hello, for example, when I meet somebody, I ask them to scan my QR code. And when they scan the QR code, they put their information in. That eliminates me typing it wrong. That eliminates me putting the wrong number. And then it automatically goes to my newsletter list. And then they get a newsletter, which they can opt in or opt out. But I have their contact information.
Right.
And now I can follow up. So it's
fortune is in the follow-up. Fortune is in the follow-up.
I learned that. And one of my coaches says, you follow, how long do you follow up? You follow up till they either buy or they die.
Ooh, okay. Well, that goes with my saying, no is just the beginning, right? I love when people tell me no, because that is like my least favorite word, and I don't say no. But when people tell me no, I'm like, it's on. Let's get it on. Okay, that's the beginning of my sales process.
That's good.
You've just challenged me, right?
And no just means not now.
Not now.
So we have to get into that. When I was in multi-level marketing, long time ago. My mentor there said, so if they say no, some will, some won't. So what? Move on. Next.
Okay, Barbara. Which multi-level marketing were you in?
5 links.
I haven't heard of 5 links.
5 links.
5 links.
Avon.
5 links. I heard of 5 links. Yeah. I did prepaid legal.
5 links. Avon.
Yeah.
The knife people.
Yes. Well, everybody needs to do one multi-level marketing program in their life, because you got to have a side hustle. I did prepaid legal, and I'm gonna tell you, it surrounded me with the best people that I could have ever been surrounded by.
And the training is phenomenal in all multi-level marketing. The training is what I went for. And had I been smarter then, if I known then what I know now, I would have been the one that was doing the training. That's my bailiwick. That's my lane. Train people to come up higher and do better so that they can make their life more successful. That's what I do.
Yeah, I'm still getting residual checks for mine, but let me tell you my favorite multi-level marketing company of all time, and that is Mary Kay.
All day.
When you watch what Mary Kay can do for women in need, how it transforms women, how it gives them power, right, to overcome whatever obstacles they're going through, and just put wealth in their pockets, closing that wealth gap. Once again, closing that wealth gap, because now they've created a business, right? It's phenomenal. And I say that to share with our audience, to talk to a woman from Mary Kay, right? Learn about the books that these people read in these multi-level marketing organizations. My favorite book is called The Slight Edge.
Okay.
And check it out. But it talks about people going down the same path, right? You're going down the same highway, but every day you eat a Big Mac, Nothing happens in the beginning. But after 365 days of eating a Big Mac, there's a huge difference, right? That person that's eating salad every day, you see a difference and they're going this way. The same thing with working out, the same thing with reading a book. It's a slight differences in life that make a difference in how you turn and change your trajectory of your life.
That reminds me of a book that I read called The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy.
Very similar.
It's very similar sounding. Yeah. So I don't do multi-level marketing. I love the model, but the model is not for me. I learned that the hard way, but it's not that it's a bad model. It's just not a model for me. Gotcha. And so whatever business model works for you and your business, that's what you need to stick with and stick to it. So you talked about the word for 2024. My word was consistency.
Okay.
I had a not consistent kind of way of doing business. And now that's my word. That was my word for 2024. I have not come up with my word for 2025 just yet. I'm still looking for that word yet, but it helped me stay consistent. And so we're both, Dominique and I, are imploring you to think about what is your word for 2025.
Yes. And as we start this momentum show, which Dr. Kelly says, yay, I'm excited. We are going to bring you tips like this. We're going to share with you strategies that we've learned, strategies that we've utilized, strategies that other successful business owners have utilized to help give you momentum. Because again, don't try and do it on your own. For my organization, you might spend $500 to become a member, and I, in turn, give you $5,000 back in scholarships if you want to take one of our courses. I, in turn, put you in the room with all of these people that are looking intentionally to do business with you. We're hearing the DE&I is getting shut down in some places. The group of folks that are shutting down DEI is a small group, but they're loud. But the majority of people are still in to make sure that these playing fields are equal. And there's a larger group, but they're quiet, right? And we need to make sure that we're sharing the knowledge and letting you know that there are companies out there that really want to do the right thing and do business with us and open doors of opportunity so that they are more competitive, they are more creative, and we start to build wealth and close the wealth gap. And just, Barbara, one more thing about how that works. When I employ Barbara and I give her a contract, now she can employ some other people, and those other people can then put their kids through college. They can buy homes, they pay taxes. It's like a trickle down effect. And that's how this whole cycle works. You help someone, they help someone else, and then you're empowering them to do better.
And you know, it's the smart business owners and businesses that are using diversity, because if everybody looks like and thinks like you in the organization, your bottom line is suffering. And those that have figured it out, one of my favorite diversity success stories is Capital One. I never saw anything like that when I was training for them. They were so serious about diversity that they had a cafeteria in Northern Virginia. They have a cafeteria with all different types of food from India, from Africa, from United States, from China, all that suited the people they served, the people that worked in the organization. And they didn't call them positions or jobs. They call them roles, which is another thing that was different. They didn't have traditional desks where you were in a queue. They had open spaces, but they also had play spaces so that at any time you needed to be creative, you could go and play with your coworkers in your specific area of expertise. I have never seen anything like that in any organization that I was a part of or trained or went into. And they were very serious about having a diverse organization. So
they've been that way from the start. So in our lifetime, they started that company, Barbara. So a small group of people started that company. And I know some of the founders of Capital One, they started small. So that's why we have to nurture these small businesses, because they started small and now they're billions of dollars, right? Campuses that look like just Taj Mahals.
Yeah.
And they are serious about this. They have several training programs. They have the Catapult training program and a few other programs that MBEs can go through. And yes, they make sure that in not just the cafeteria, but every aspect of that organization, that it is diverse, from military to disabled, to, you know, veterans. I mean, you just name it. They make sure that they touch diversity because they know the importance of diversity in that organization.
And you touched on something just now. I want to highlight. When we say diversity, a lot of people think color, race,
right?
But it is such a full gamut, and you name some of those. Whether they're differently age, race, of course, is part of it, but gender is also part of it. Military, disabled veterans. All of this is diversity. And when you
cultural backgrounds,
when you come from different areas and experiences, you bring a wealth of information that is not mainstream. And that's the point. Your point of view is not my point of view because your experience is not my experience. And so when you bring all of that together, you bring power to the table.
Yeah, you do. Just think about somebody designing a car, and they're designing the car, let's just say from a male perspective. That car's going to look completely different than if you had a mom on the team who can say what their kids need in the back seat. Or if you had a very young person saying, oh, if I sit in the back seat, I need a plug here, I need this, you know, completely different perspective. Because that man might be sitting in the front seat and wanting it to drive like a sports car, but the people in the back seat, did you forget about them? And that's what diversity is all about. Diversity
and some cars did forget about them in the back
diversity
seat.
Of thought, right?
Yes.
Your experience, my experience together, we're two Black women, but we have completely different diverse perspectives, right? So are you bringing diversity of thought to the table?
And that's key for successful businesses.
Yes.
So I'm super excited always to be on the platform with you, Dominique. You always bring the fire, and I appreciate all that you do for all the MBEs in your organization, because as we all know, when the organization is successful, yes, the head gets the accolade, but how many of us already know that it takes a team to make things happen? And I am grateful for the team that you have. You want to talk some about what it takes to your mighty team, your mighty little team?
Yeah, I call them my small and mighty team because it's just 7 of us, right? And I call them that. People say this year employee. No, we're a team, right? Because I have to be able to do what they do, and they have to be able to do what I do. Now, when you get to the higher levels, we talk about working on the business. You know, that's where I separate and do the things that nobody else can do. But as a team, we need to be there to support each other. And my team is powerful. So, and I have a flat team too. So you can reach any of us at any time. We all have open door policies. We use Calendly. And so you can get on our calendars and meet with us at any time in our open door slots. So please email us at info@cvmsdc.org, info@cvmsdc.org, and my team will put you to the right person and we will respond to you. But as a leader, it is critical that you understand the different strengths of your team, the different talents of your team, so that you're working cohesively together to accomplish the goals of the organization. And our goal as an organization is simply to connect minority businesses with major corporate supply chain opportunities to close the wealth gap. That's what we do. We hope that we can help you in your journey to build your business or whatever it is that you're trying to do. Tune in to listen to Barbara and I as we develop this show to bring you more information. And we're just so excited to be able to help you prepare in 2025.
And Dominique always says that so fast. I'm gonna slow it down for you. Info, INFO, @CVMSDC. That's Charlie, Victor, Mike, CVM, S, Sierra, Delta, Charlie, CVMSDC.org. And my contact information is BHSmith@Speak Coach Train, or easier, support, SUPPORT, @BarbaraHSmith.com. Don't forget the H. We are a training organization, and we help you train your employees, workforce development, professional development. That's what we do at BHS and Associates. So thank you so much. Nikki Curry is back, and that means
time for us to get out of here, Dominique.
Well, before you go, Barbara, there's a little birdie told me that there is something on the horizon, and we gotta touch on that just a little bit before you leave the stage. So there's something called Momentum. There's a new show that's called Momentum. We want to talk about that because I was told that it actually should be called Barbara and Dominique Show. So
that's Dr. Kelly. It is the Momentum Barbara and Dominique Show.
Tell us a little bit about that. We want to plug that right now. We want to talk about that.
This was a brainchild that just happened right before the show. So there's not a whole lot to tell at this moment, but we just want to give you a sneak peek. Dominique, over to you.
Yeah. So we created a name through ChatGPT a few moments before we started the show. And we were committed to coming back to our viewers on a regular basis and just having a conversation to impart our knowledge, to share information that we've gleaned to help us to grow to who we are. And that's the gist of it. We want to help you grow, and we're going to bring momentum to your lives.
Wow.
And I am going to show up anywhere, anytime, any place Dominique Milton is going to be. That's just it.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. And one last thing too, please let our listeners and viewers know how to become a part of the Carolina, Virginia diversity. One more time. I know you said it at the end.
I'll do it one more time. And I'm going to learn how to talk slower in 2025. But CVMSDC.org is our website. You can go there. You can explore it. My intentionality shows are there. There's information for MBEs, which are minority business enterprises, to get certified. And there's information for corporations to become members. But you can also email us at info, that's like information, but INFO at the CVMSDC.org, and we will get back to you. We have monthly seminars on how to get certified with us. We'll walk you through it. You don't need to pay anybody to help you get certified. We do that for you. So we will help you get certified. It's about a 6-week process. It's about a $500 fee, depending on where you are in terms of your revenue. It's a sliding scale, but we will help you through that process. And for corporations that want to sign up, it's just a 1-page application. It's on our website, and those prices range, based on how many employees you have. But that's the beginning. We only want you if you want to get engaged. We don't want you to be card-carrying members of our organization. We want you to sign up but get engaged with us and really grow. Allow us to help you grow.
Awesome.
Full transparency, I was a card-carrying member for the first year. Sat back on my laurels thinking, I'm a member. I'm good. Doesn't work like that.
You've changed the term. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I changed my tune. Yes.
I love it. Thank you, ladies, so much for coming on the platform and giving us a new meaning to Fireside Chat. You all were doing an amazing job. Great conversation, great dialogue. We appreciate you. And we will see you on the other side. And remember, genius is coming.
Genius is coming.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones. CEO and co-founder of Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Oh, welcome, welcome. Hello, my name is Nikki Curry, and I am your moderator for today's segment. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. And today's session is going to be dynamic. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to introduce today's speaker in a fireside chat. It is Mr. Wendell Gene Jules. He is going to really give us great information. But allow me to tell you a little bit about Wendell. Wendell Gene Jules is the founder and CEO of WJJ Brands, a global brand marketing and business development agency with over 10 years of experience empowering businesses across industries such as healthcare, finance, fashion, and technology. A graduate of Northeastern University with a BA in entrepreneurship and marketing and a digital marketing certificate from Grenoble Graduate School of Business. I hope I said that correctly. Wendell has worked with local, national, and international companies, developing innovative strategies for marketing campaigns, product launches, and social media management. He's passionate about empowering others. Wendell also co-leads the Elise Legacy Program, ELP, with his wife, Tolu, helping aspiring entrepreneurs become leaders in their fields. His mission is to bring vision to life, champion social justice, and create lasting impact for businesses and communities worldwide. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Wendell Jules to the show. Hello, hello. How are you?
Hey, Nikki. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Welcome to the show. So I am super excited about talking to you and having this great dialogue about your background. And there's a whole lot more to your bio, but I'm going to let you talk about you today. Is that okay with you?
Yes, that's fine. I'll try my best.
You know what? This is a subject that's dear to my heart. I'm in this space as well, so I know I'm going to learn something. I got my notepad here, I got my pen here, I got my thinking cap on. So we're really going to have such a great time. So let's jump in. If you don't mind, I'm just going to ask you a few questions and share some of your stuff with the world and for everyone to see. Now, let me ask you this. My first question is, tell me something that's not necessarily in your bio. Something that's most people should know about.
So I am a published author, which wasn't in there. So I wrote a book last year called 7 Common Mistakes Coaching and Business Owners Make and How to Avoid Them.
Right.
And basically, in that book, the sole purpose was really to help people that are trying to figure out how to go about starting and growing a business. Basically by providing them with the tools and essentially the information and knowledge behind how we actually help our clients do that and successfully launch. So through that book, a lot of what we cover is really understanding your systems, your processes, your audience, understanding obviously who you're going after, how to create your own offer that essentially can attract your ideal client, And then really, some of the fundamental aspects of, starting and planning to start a business. So really, my goal behind it really was just to try to help empower as many business owners that are trying to get into entrepreneurship, because, through social media, it is glorified as this beautiful thing, right? But sometimes people don't realize how much actually goes into it. And then the second thing behind that, which is not in my bios, a recent, summit that we just put together this year, which we actually just had our in-person one over the weekend, which is our Hustle to Growth Summit. Summit. And the sole reason behind creating that really was because over the 14 years of me being an entrepreneur, business owner, and in consulting and marketing and helping businesses grow and scale, I've come to realize that, I am only one person and I can't help everybody in the world. But, there's opportunities where, we can create, I can leverage the community of people that are within my circle to be able to help impact people on a holistic level when it comes to business. Because ideally, what a lot of people don't realize is that the way that they are in their personal life actually directly correlates to how they are running their own business. So a lot of times what we have to do is be able to go back to, the drawing board and figure out how to actually, plan for success and not just be in the mindset of just, okay, I'm going to take everything day in and day out, because we need HR people, we need CPAs, we need business attorneys, we need all of these, aspects of different variations of businesses to support the growth of a company. And if you're in that mindset of where you're trying to grow a business, then, really essentially us creating that platform for the Hustle to Grow Summit is really helping entrepreneurs pivot from that hustle mindset or just being in the day-to-day grind their business, actually growing and scaling.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because, as an entrepreneur myself, we've always been taught, or we think it's cool to say, oh, I'm hustling, I'm out here, hustle, hustle, hustle. As an entrepreneur, we got to get it out the mud, all that kind of stuff. But when you really say the words hustle, that's really not a good feeling. You know what I mean? It's not, to me, from my perception. It's who wants to hustle all the time? Don't we want to do things with ease? Would you agree?
Oh, 100%. Like we're honestly, like, we should be doing things with ease, right? Because if you think about the reason why a lot of entrepreneurs get into business is because they're passionate about something, right? They're either trying to make an impact, they're trying to find, an opportunity to support their family or, build a legacy of some sort. So if they were able to basically do that without having to worry about raising money, without having to worry about, how am I going to afford to pay my staff, the next week, then imagine how much we would be able to get done, right? And how much great of an impact that we'll be able to have on this earth. And because unfortunately that's not how entrepreneurship works. A lot of times people do get stuck in that whole having to wear multiple hats, right? Having to do their bookkeeping, having to do all their marketing, having to do all these things, which really ultimately we're not designed to be able to do all of those things, right? We had a doctor of psychology speak at the summit this weekend, and she even said, like, studies show that, like, we're not programmed to multitask, right? So imagine trying to run a business, work a full-time job, take care of the kids, take care of like whatever other things are going on, right? We try our best to do all those things, right? Because we are in survival mode, right? In that sense. But, really it all comes back down to community, which is one of the biggest pillars that I try to drive home, especially when you're a business owner, because you need that. Just like if you're raising a child, you're going to need a community for them too, right? To make sure that you're parenting them the right way and raising them. So it's the same thing with your business. If you don't have a business mentor or a business coach, right? Those are things that are very important to business owners, right? Because at the end of the day, you can't be the only person that's thinking through your business, right? Because you're going to miss things. You're going to miss opportunities. And then sometimes you need accountability, because sometimes we're not the best at keeping ourselves accountable.
That part. That part. So you're touching on something that I really want to take a deeper dive into, and that's systems. That's, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait just a little bit because that's a sore subject for me, and I'm being very transparent. You know, even though I've been doing this for a while now, running in this jungle at a fast-paced speed, that kind of thing, but systems is so important, but we overlook that piece. But we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. But I want to go back a little bit. I want to go back a little bit and talk about something you touched on earlier, which is so important, and that is your why.
Yep.
How did you come up with this? Why WJJ Brands? Is it for the community? Is it for the legacy building? Why? What's the why? What's the who? What's the what?
All right, so I have to give you some back, I guess the backstory behind how that came to be, right? And so I guess how far should I go back? I'm gonna try to keep it short, but so as I've mentioned, well, I probably haven't mentioned it, but I was born and raised in the city of Boston. Grew up, with a single parent mother who basically, was raising 3 kids. Dad wasn't really in the picture because he obviously just didn't want to, even though he lived 20 minutes away.
It is what it is.
It is
right.
what it is, right? And as I was growing up as a child, basically, I experienced a lot of close deaths in my family. So my sister passed when I was 3. 10 years later, my mother passed when I was 13. Grandmother went into a coma a year after, was in a coma for a year. So obviously I'm in high school at this point, going in and out of the hospital with my family to see her. And then eventually she passed, at the age of 15. So, I struggled a lot growing up because I was constantly dealing with, death and just trying to figure out who am I, life, and really just my circumstances. So I had a life-changing moment, and this is kind of full story, it all ties in, but life-changing moment at grade 11, I signed up for this travel club. I went to another course of college, which is a pilot school in Boston. It was a high school. And basically when I got there, the leaders were there were just like, hey, you're gonna be mentoring these kids, please tell them what your story, who you are. So I get in front and I'm sitting there in front of a group of kids, and basically I was just like, I guess today's the day. So I shared my story. Literally, I shared my story with these kids, and right after sharing it, they all came, they embraced me, they hugged me. And there was this one little boy that basically was crying, and I'm like, hey, is everything okay? What's wrong? And then he was just like, I want to be just like you when I grow up. And I was just like, well, thank you so much. I really don't know if you want to go through what I've been through, right? Because in my head, I'm just like, I've been through a lot. And he was just like, no, everything you said I am going through, right? And he was like, yeah, every single thing, is losing his older sibling, his mother, his grandmother, being adopted by his aunt, which my aunt adopted me after my dad said my only option was to either, stay with my aunt or go to foster home. So literally through that experience, it literally changed my entire perspective on life, really, and just gave me that sense of, there's actually a lot more people that probably need me, and God's actually blessed me to be in this position to actually support and actually help change somebody's life. So through that, obviously I got my stuff together and getting into a program at Northeastern University. And then, finished my first year at 3.7 and got a full ride into the college. And then, through that, I just started getting into more entrepreneurship. And then in 2019, I had another moment. I call these all life-changing, shifting moments, right? Which we all do. We all have these moments in different ways. So I was working for a company, and this time, obviously I'm going back and forth. I was that entrepreneur that always had a job and always had a side business or full-time business, right? I'm running a
hustle on. Yeah.
I was doing that, right? So in 2019, October, well, actually, I'll back up in September. I went to one of my to my pastor, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm engaged. I'm getting ready to get married, and I really would love the opportunity if you can just talk to God and tell him, as soon as I'm done getting married, like I want to go full-time, be full-time, successful in my business. And he was like, unfortunately, I can't tell God what to do, but I'll pray for you. Right. So I was just like, all right, well, I'll take the prayer. A month later, I get laid off from my job.
Wow.
Yeah. So I get laid off from my job. And through that, I took it as a sign from God that, there's actually something greater, and actually God has a bigger calling, a bigger purpose for me outside of what I'm doing at this job. And so during the time, I still had another business, which was a company called R&B and Paint, where we went to 25 different cities, 25 different states, 40 different cities every year. And we put on this big art showcase event. And it was a whole live experience, live music, live DJ, live band, everything. So it was just a very big culturally experience that a lot of people got to experience. So I told my business partner, I'm like, hey, after this month, I'm really just going to take time off and just be done, and then pause until, next year, which you guys already know, COVID happened. So that whole business just kind of went to the wayside. But in December, I actually sat down and created a business plan. And one big thing for me, tying back to my purpose, was that, with my prayers, like conversations I was having, God, I was like, hey, whatever I do, it can't just be about, obviously trying to generate revenue. It has to actually have a bigger purpose, a bigger calling behind it. So I ended up creating this program called a Lease Legacy Program. So Lease is actually the name of my mother, who passed when I was 13, as I mentioned. And basically what we do, we actually go into the high schools and also some of the colleges. We support young adults from grade 11 all the way through college. And then we provide them with free resources and also therapeutic counseling, right? Because also one thing that I've learned is that we're all broken in some way.
Right.
And sometimes the thing that prevents certain businesses or entrepreneurs or business owners taking their business to the next level is also their mindset, but also the trauma that they either carried into their business, from their personal life. And sometimes, I just felt that if I can essentially impact this younger generation of adults that are trying to become business owners and business leaders, by providing them the mentorship, the tools, and the counseling, then we're essentially creating, the next generation of future business leaders that are going to be, again, like I tell them, I want them to surpass the level of success that I have.
Right.
So through my company, which is WJJ Brands, every client that we essentially take on, a percentage of the proceeds go into that program, and we self-fund it to really go out into the community and really make that impact.
I love that. I love that entire story for several reasons. And I can hear the impact. I can hear the transformation. And it goes back to your why. You impacted and you changed the life of that young man that you met when you went to speak that time. It really impacted. I don't know how often you tell that story, but I would tell it often, because that's how we become empowered. That story alone allows us to help someone else, right? Exactly. And the other piece I like about that story is my daughter's middle name is Elise.
What are the odds?
One of my favorite names. I wish I could have given her that as her first name, but Mr. said no. So, but she does have that name. That is so important to me. Thank you for sharing that story. Okay, let's move on. You've been in business for a while, 10 plus years. I mean, you've been impacting, transforming lives, building businesses, providing growth, providing those old faithful systems, all of that good stuff. It makes me cringe to even say the word systems, but that's the block I have. So tell me this, what has been your most defining moment as an entrepreneur of 10 plus years? What has been your most defining moment in your career, in your professional career?
I would say my most defining moment has been, I would say it all comes back down to just supporting the young adults. I know I get to support a lot of, adults in general, but, just being able to see how they can transform and actually grow and soak every information, that we provide to them through the process has been such a big blessing to me, because it just generally lets me know, like, I'm doing exactly what I need to do. I'm in the right places. I'm in the right rooms. And I guess to tie it all in, really, being able to have, again, back to the same, like I said, systems in place, right? Because the only way I'm able to afford to be in some of those high schools and rooms is because I have a great team. And knowing how to build a great team, a great culture, a great dynamic behind keeping and supporting them, and pouring into them as well, just as much as, I pour into some of the students and my clients. That is really a big testament to why I'm able to really be able to do the things that I'm doing. And I find a lot of success. And I can tell you the journey of, bringing on people and training them and hiring them. And that's a whole nother topic, a whole nother journey in itself. But ultimately it does really help, make sure that, I'm in line, I'm getting the things done. There's certain things I don't do, but I do step in when I need to. So delegating is such a key and important thing, especially as a business owner, and realizing how much is your time worth, right? And we actually have a calculator that we've created to help entrepreneurs figure that out, because it's so important. A lot of people don't realize that, your time is value, right? And we have it down to basically the number of days you want to work, the amount of weeks you want to have off, down to the amount of hours you want to work during the week. And it gives you an actual number, right? Depending on obviously the services that you're providing in your business. So
I call that a system.
So a lot of people it surprises people. I'm telling you, when I go through it with some people, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm wasting so many dollars, right? And the moment you realize that when you're trying to make time to do everything else that you're probably not really supposed to be doing, how much is that impacting your business? How much is that impacting the growth? How much is that impacting, where you're actually trying to go? And you'll realize quickly, like, you're wasting a lot of time, but also a lot of money.
Yeah. And you know what? That's a great point, because I've been having conversations with colleagues and clients and friends saying that I just want to get my time back. That's so important. I can't replace the time. I can't get that back. I just want to get some of that back. So you're stepping on my toes with that one, and you need to send me that link immediately.
I have to go through it with you. It's not even a link. Like, I literally have to walk you through it so you can fully get it. But we can set up a time just for that.
Awesome. I'm open to it, because the older I get, the more I realize my time is important. I want to do more things that bring me joy and less of those things that don't, if that makes sense. Yep. So that time conversation is something we all need. We all need. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, and hopefully we don't get our marketing, branding, black card revoked with this next question. But, we all specialize in, working with different ecosystems and communities and things like that. It's important to know who you're able to work with, who you're going to be impacting, that kind of thing. So my question is, what are some of the industries you really, really enjoy working with? And I'm sure your answer will be from your experience of working with these people in the past. And hopefully we don't get our cards revoked here, but tell me in your own words, what are some of the industries you truly, truly enjoy working with, and why?
So I guess to define that, it's a very tricky, but I'm going to answer it. So first of all, we're industry agnostic. Now I know it's very cliche to say and I'm not saying everybody's our target audience, but the reason why we're industry agnostic is because the strategies and the plan that we put basically in place for our clients can actually work across multiple industries. And for me, what I enjoy the most is actually, working with great people, and that actually want to see change in their business. Now, as far as like going into that, so the reason why I say people is because people are the ones that drive the business. So it doesn't really matter what industry. It can be real estate, it can be insurance, it can be finance, it can be like all of these things, right? But the biggest thing that I try to explain to people when it comes to our business and obviously us not basically falling into a confined box is that one, it takes understanding, our clients' goals, vision, where they're trying to go, building a strategy behind it first before just designing implementation.
Right.
And then we create the game plan and we test it and make sure that, we're improvising it so that you get the most optimal, best result out of that campaign or, that service that we're providing. So the reason why I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, it's not really an industry, but really the people, because at the end of the day, we're building things based off of how passionate and willing you are within us and trusting us to actually build something that's actually going to work successfully for you. Ultimately, business wise, if I had to categorize an industry, typically within my agency, the top three industries that typically come to us the most really are in healthcare, real estate, and then we have a lot of solopreneur professional services companies. So that could be plumbers, electricians, HVAC people. They all fall within professional services. So that to us would be more of the top three industries. But ultimately, I just love the idea of working with people and helping them build something that actually can work, be tested, and quantified, because I think that's the difference between being a service-based business versus a solution-based. We pride ourselves really being on a solution-based company, marketing agency and business development, because really I guess the way to define it so you can kind of get some clarity around it is that typically if you're an entrepreneur, right, and you're a business owner that's never done any marketing or never created a website or did branding before or anything behind it, and you're just starting, but then you're just like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I need a website, I know I need a logo, right? Typically, you're going to go find a company, right, that you say, hey, I'm looking for a person to design a website or build a logo. And then you just tell them, hey, this is my company, this is what I do, and just build me something, right?
Right.
Typically, that's a service-based business, like marketing agency, right? It's typically all about the numbers, right? How many businesses, clients can I essentially get in? They might charge super low because it's just all it is. It's just we're turnkeying websites and just sending you something, and hopefully it looks good. And if it does, then we can move forward and close out the project, right? That's typically a service-based business, a marketing company.
Right.
Us being a marketing solution-based agency, typically it's a lot different, right? Because we're going to ask questions. We're going to meet with you. We're going to talk to you. We're going to understand who you are. We're going to understand who's your audience, right? And then we're going to tell you the defining truth, right? Are you positioned for success, really? And if not, what are the things that need to happen in your business in order to make sure that you get the best chance to be successful, but then also, you stand out amongst your competitors and we're able to tell the story behind your brand, right?
Right.
In today's now and age, like people are not necessarily like they're still shopping at Amazon, some of these big places, but really at the end of the day, that what they're looking for is companies with a story, right? With a mission, with an objective, with something that's actually more important beyond just, oh, hey, I do this, right? Because there's so many marketers, there's so many web designers, so many graphic designers. But really, what's going to make you stand out is you actually having a story tied to your brand and actually how you actually support and get your clients and actually, take care of your clients in the best way so that people generally feel like, you know what, you're actually going to give me something that's going to work long term, not just for the short term.
Exactly. That is so spot on, everything that you said there. And I picked up something that most people don't think about, especially those service-based businesses, or those not, people don't think about like the trade skills. They don't think about the businesses, the HVAC, the plumbers. We need those types of businesses, right? And a lot of times those CEOs and founders and owners of those types of businesses, they're not thinking about their brand. They're not thinking about marketing. They're thinking about, how can I get my next customer? How can I get my next client? But coming to a person like you and your agency, and you pointed them out that, the solopreneurs or that kind of thing, but that community alone, I'm sure you have to implement new messaging and, and even convincing them on how they should create their brand. Can you touch on that just a little bit, that particular piece, those specifics?
Yeah. Of course. So part of that is really understanding, do you look like where you're going? Right? That's really the biggest thing, right? A lot of people have big dreams in having a big company and running a big business, but they don't necessarily look like where they're going.
Right.
So because of that, they don't attract the type of people that they're looking to go after, right? And they're attracting the wrong group of people, or they're taking business from the wrong group of people as well, because then they're really not in a position to really, pick and choose because they haven't really narrowed down to who are they, right? So if we're talking about solopreneurs, one example I would give is that basically, if as a solopreneur, part of starting and launching your business, if you're really like a one-man show or you have an assistant, is that you have to define what are the 3 things you want people to know about you, right? And the first thing I always ask them is, if I went and asked 5 of your friends, who are you? What do you do? Am I going to get the exact same answer? Right? Because if I go to your social media on Instagram, but I see something completely different, you're doing painting, but then, I go on Instagram, I go on LinkedIn, and now I see that, you're doing, light fixtures and selling light fixtures, then I'm going to be a bit confused, right? Because I'm going to say, okay, well, where's the consistency in your business, right? For me to know exactly, because how can I refer somebody to you, or how can a family or friend member refer business to you if they have not really a clear indication of really what you do? And I think sometimes as entrepreneurs, you have to be very intentional with how you position yourself, because the moment that there's a level of confusion, people are going to forget about you pretty quick, right? Because that ultimately they're going to be, oh yeah, I thought he was doing roofing. Oh, I thought he was a realtor. Oh, I thought he was this, right? And that in itself creates confusion, because then even if they were to send you somebody, it might not even be the right person,
right?
Because they don't even know how to look for you. The other thing behind that as well, which I always tell businesses that are starting off, again, back to this word community, I think it's so important, is that you also have to define, I know a lot of people focus on, okay, I want to get as many clients. Well, I'm going to talk on 2 things, actually. I'm going to make a note here so I can talk on these 2 things, which I think is so important. So community, number 1, because you have to be able to identify who, beyond just who you're going after, right? A lot of people, the main focus is, oh, I'm going after this client, or I want everybody's my business or my target audience.
No.
But from a community standpoint, you also have to make a list of business owners that also are basically, how do I put it, complementary to the services that you provide. And I call them your strategic business partners,
right?
Your strategic influences, right? So for us, for instance, we work with a lot with photographers, videographers, because that's not something that we provide, but we do understand that there are personal brands, and they're working with solopreneurs that are trying to create content and create other things as well within their business. So we tend to partner with them. We partner with business attorneys, right? Now, the reason why we partner with business attorneys is because guess what? They're dealing with businesses that are trying to set up entities. They're trying to set up, relationships, basically different relationships. So it's important to understand who's in your sphere that is not a direct competitor of yours, and then figure out how to build from that. I also work with other agencies, right? Other marketing agencies as well, right? Now, the reason why I say that is because they're in my sphere as well, because if I can't service a particular level of client because that client just is unable to afford our services, but I know and like and trust, a few other brands, then it's important that I'm handing them over to somebody that's trusting, right? A lot of people would be like, oh, well, they're your competitor. Why would you do that? Well, guess what? When you're thinking about community, it's not about you competing. The only person I compete against is myself every single day. Literally. I'm not competing against the next marketing agency. Of course, yes, it's important to know who's in the space, right? It's important to do your research, but ultimately you really have to be able to define who you're really, stay in your lane, because a lot of times we want to, we see this person doing this, so now I'm going to incorporate that into my business. Or I see this person doing this, but you don't understand the game plan behind it, right? And that's why I said strategy is very important as a business owner, because you have to understand what your strategy is and actually staying the course.
Love those answers. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Before I let you go, I really want to honor my promise I made earlier. Please tell us, what is a system? What is a business system? What is a system? I know, you see, I'm shivering just even saying the word, but that tells me that's what I need, right? That's, success leaves clues, right? So talk to us about systems.
So
what are they and why they're important?
I'll get to systems for you, but before I do that, one thing I want to address is what is a lead, and I guess really a lead conversion, right? Because systems also are applicable to that, and I'll get into that. So a lot of people don't realize that there's actually a buyer's journey, especially business owners. Again, not everybody's gone to school for business. I have. So there's certain things that I've learned and applied every single day within my business and some of our clients' businesses. And the buyer's journey is actually really important. A lot of people, when they come to us, right, it's because either they're in desperation to some degree, or they're really just kind of like, hey, I'm just trying to figure out my next steps in my business, right? And the thing I tell the ones that are in desperation, like, hey, I need you to get me leads or business new clients tomorrow, is that it doesn't work that way, right? No. There's actually a process. And if you actually think about yourself, you would actually understand the logic behind it. So whenever I hear companies that are just like, hey, yeah, we're just going to get you leads, new business tomorrow, it doesn't work that way, right? Because there's an awareness stage that has to happen first, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of people don't realize that in that awareness stage, that's basically where nobody knows anything about you, right? They have no idea you've ever existed.
Right.
They've heard a name and they Googled you, they found you because you had the best SEO ranking, or you had Google ads running, or whatever it is. So when they get there, 9 times out of 10, they're not making a buying decision just from landing on your page, right? There's actually a process that has to happen where they go through the consideration stage of, evaluating you, understanding who you are, understanding if this is a company that actually can solve my problem, right? Then of course, they're going to start looking to testimonials. They're going to start looking into see who else you work with. They're going to start justifying if they should even consider talking to you or furthering the conversation, right?
They're betting you. Yeah.
They're betting you, right? And typically that doesn't happen in a day. It doesn't happen sometimes in a week. And if they are quick to make a decision, it's probably because they're in desperate need at that moment. And those are the people we call impulse buyers, right? Those are the people who come in, and typically that's like your 1 to 3%, right, of people, right, that are like, hey, I really need your service. I'm screaming, I need your help. And some of those people may not be able to afford your service, and some of them may be able to, and they'll just go and actually sign up with you right then and there. So really that aspect all the way up until them actually buying, which is them becoming a buyer, there's a whole process where we call it, you have to go through the nurturing process, right? Mm-hmm. So part of us creating marketing strategies and systems is really understanding what is the buyer's journey that we have to take your clients through, right? Mm-hmm. Because without understanding that, it doesn't matter what we build, nothing's, is going to stick as much.
Right.
So to address your question around what is a system, basically, or I guess a business system really is a system that allows you to flow your clients from the awareness stage all the way until the buying stage of your business, right? But also the system also, depending on, again, there's different levels. You have your systems for your staffing and your employees. You have your systems for your leads. You have, which are your internal systems. And then also you have obviously your business systems in general, which are going to encompass, data points, data sets of understanding, okay, what is my social media doing? What is my email? How's my email marketing campaigns functioning? And figuring out the right technology and softwares that essentially streamlines all of that information. So a lot of times whenever we go into a client's business, a lot of them have different systems in so many different places. They'll have a booking system over here. Right. They'll have a marketing software over here, for email marketing. They'll have a CRM over there, and none of these systems are talking to each other. So, which obviously is not the best, right? So when I created my business plan, but understanding what is my SOP, standard operating procedures of my business, right? So if I ever had to step out of my business, I know my business can still function and run without me, right? My project manager knows exactly where to go and grab, content. She knows where, what to create. If there's a specific project, she knows who to delegate to. My web designers and graphic designers, they all know what the criteria and expectations we have as far as how content is supposed to be generated, how things are supposed to be presented, how to make sure that our brand stays in alignment, even down to, when we think about a brand, right? As a business owner, you should have a brand guide. You should have brand guidelines, right? That's part of your system, right? So how many times have I seen, we've worked with some businesses where they're like, hey, here's my folder, here's my pen, and here's something else of theirs. And then all of them are all completely different colors. There was no coordination. There was no brand guide. There was nothing.
Alignment. Yeah.
They had logos facing different angles. So all of these things, which, again, directly impacts your business. So like I tell people, if a lot of these bigger corporations, McDonald's, Burger King, Target, they all have a system as far as, when you go in, everything that you see as far as in the aisle is part of their plan.
Right. Yeah.
Designed with
it's orchestrated. Purpose, yeah.
Right. It's designed to help convert. So you have to also put yourself in your business and realize that whatever's in your head that you do day to day needs to be documented. Right. It needs to come out of your head, put on a document, put it on a Google Doc, write it down. Like, this is the steps from as soon as somebody fills out a form all the way until they, essentially sign on. And, once they're an actual client, what's the next step from that, right? So
let me ask you this, Wendell, not to interrupt you, but I am, because I know we're running out of time here soon. My next question and my last question to that point was going to be, where should I start? Because we're always talking about systems, but something you just said, something you just triggered, would you say the last thing that you just said, is that the number one step? Is that where I should start if I'm trying to tidy up my systems or figure out what my systems are? Where should I begin? Is it to write everything down that we do on a daily basis? What is that number one tip you can give us as to how to begin this process?
Yeah, you need a brain dump. That's number one. First thing, set your goals. What are you trying to achieve, right? Within your business, especially since 2025 is around the corner. That's the perfect time for you to sit there and jot it down. Like, where am I heading in my business? What are some of the things that I want to improve in my business, right? Whether it's for my clients, whether it's for my team, whether it's for my internal process, make sure you do that. To your point before, when you talked about people say, hey, they don't have time. Time in itself is something you have to be intentional in blocking off for you, right? There's so many clients and business owners that I meet, and they tell that's the number one of the main things they say. I don't have time, I don't have the resources. I'll touch on those two things. So time, so for instance, for us, I don't work Saturday and Sunday. I have a set schedule, 9 to 6, Monday through Friday. You won't catch me working. Clients won't reach me. They won't be able to get hold of me.
Right.
I set the standard, right? I'm not chasing business, right? Because whatever is going to be, left on Friday will be there for Monday, right?
Right.
So that's the same way that I try to train other, some of my clients. The second thing behind that is that I block off time throughout the week for time for me to go through my business, time for me to create content, time for me to actually go through. And if there's meetings that come up where it's like, oh, well, when are you free? Guess what? It's not during the times that I have blocked off, because I'm intentional about the times that I have that I need in order to focus on the growth in my business, meeting with my team. I have set schedules with them so that I can meet with them. So all of these things are built into my process. So whatever time is available outside of that, that's when you can schedule time with me, right? So, and then down to jotting down everything that's in your head. Make sure to be very intentional, right? As you're going through and figuring out, okay, so how do I want to take my clients from A to Z, right? What is the process once I sign them on? Do I have a system that processes this, right? And then also, if you don't have a system that processes it, there's some of the platforms out there. Zoho. Zoho is a great platform. It's just like Salesforce, but a lot cheaper for businesses. There's, depending on the industry, again, if you guys want to have more of a conversation about your industry and your business and what systems probably can work best for you, just let me know. And then we can kind of go through it. There's Dubsado, which is another platform that we use. There's Go High Level, right? Which we typically use for marketing funnels and campaigns. And we're essentially going through, we're building internal marketing funnels, and that's a whole different strategy as well, which we can set up a whole nother conversation for, on how to actually generate leads in your business, using a marketing funnel, right? So all of these things, which again, in order for those to be effective, it requires us to know what is the pain point of your client, what are the issues that they're facing in their business, how do I create value or added resources that we can leverage to help generate that awareness and bring people into your sphere or into your database, and then basically having a game plan on how do you nurture them through the process of actually getting them to sign up to either schedule a call or actually pay for one of your services. And then once that happens, how do you retain them, right? Which is a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, that's a whole nother talk show there. I love it. I love it, Wendell. I appreciate you. I wish we had more time because I could talk to you all day, but we can't. Oh. Please let our audience know how they can connect with you outside of this show. How can they get in touch with you to find out more about what you're doing, how you can serve and help them? Please share with our audience.
Yeah. So as far as the audience goes, we have a few different ways you can find me. So if you just type in my name, Wendell John Jules, on Google, I pretty much own the whole entire page, and so you'll be able to get help. You'll be able to get a hold of me in whatever way that looks like. And then also for my company, if you put in WJJ Brands with an S, so W is in window, J is in Jupiter, J is in Jupiter, BRANDS. You'll be able to basically get all information, and you can be able to schedule a call on either my website, which is wendelljohnjules.com, or wjjbrands.com. Either one of those will get to me as far as like trying to schedule a call and have a conversation. And then for anyone who is watching this as well, if you're, again, I talked about my book as well. So one place that I can send you to where you would be able to get a copy of the ebook that I do have is, and actually, if I send you the link, would you be able to post it somewhere? Or
yeah, we can post it in the show notes. Yeah.
Okay. So
go ahead and let us know what it is, how to find the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, if because it's a sub URL, so it's because this is typically just a more like I said, I don't give this book out to a lot of people, but for your audience, I'll give it out to them to get access to it. But basically, I'm gonna spell it out. So B is in boy, G is in Jupiter. Sorry, G is in green, P is in Peter. Period. WendellJohnJules.com. So WendellJeanJules.com / get your, so it'll be get GET hyphen YOUR hyphen free FREE hyphen copy COPY. So
long tail.
It's a long tail, but if you want the free information, just type it in.
It's worth it, right?
And you'll be able to get a copy of our my free ebook, which is basically 7 common mistakes business owners make, and what you should do instead. So that would give you a lot of free gems of some of the things that we have talked through today. And again, if you don't have a business coach, I strongly encourage it. We are taking some new coaches, some new clients on the business coaching side. So if they're trying to take their business from 6-7 figures, we're definitely in position to help them get to that level. So feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Great information. Like I said earlier, I could talk to you all day. This is my space. This is my lane to love learning from you, gleaming all that information. Appreciate you so much. And hopefully we're going to definitely be bringing you back. I'm so sure we're going to definitely be bringing you back to this platform. Thank you for sharing your expertise. And remember, everyone, genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you, Nikki.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for the session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker for our fireside chat. Her name is Mrs. Deanna Lindsay Lewis. She is a great entrepreneur. She is just amazing. So I am going to, instead of reading her bio or telling you a little bit about her, I'm going to allow her to share some information with us. Miss Deanna Lindsay Lewis, and I would like to say genius is common. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
How are you? I am well. I am well. Thank you for joining us today. I am super excited about this particular fireside chat. I know we're going to be talking about all things as a Black sheep creator, diversity and inclusion. That is the theme for our today's topic. But before we dive in, Deanna, can you share a little bit about you, your business, your platform, your brand? Just give us a little bit of behind the scenes or some of your backstory, please.
Absolutely. First of all, super excited to be here. I love Black businesses the way that women love dresses with pockets, right? So I am the owner of Brand Smash Studio. I'm a brand strategist and designer. I work with small businesses and large corporations alike. Mainly when it comes to small businesses, my mission is to make Black sheep creators unemployable. And as it relates to larger corporations, I'm really looking to just come in and make a huge impact on the side of community engagement and their scaling their marketing as well. So again, super excited to be here with you and to be having this chat.
Fantastic. Well, let's jump in because we want to make use of our time together. So earlier I mentioned about Black sheep creators. You know, you don't hear that term often. Deanna, tell us, what does it mean to be a Black sheep creator?
Absolutely. So number one, Black sheep are my love language. I use the term because I feel like when you say it, anyone who identifies as such immediately knows I'm speaking to them. But ideally, these are people who going against the grain is just part of their DNA. It's part of their bloodline, their blood type, right? So people who want to go against the grain always have kind of stepped out of the box. Pretty much people who maybe get accused often of doing the most are quite brilliant in their own right. And more than anything, lean into their own sense of self and authenticity and are just looking to amplify that.
Right.
When I say creators, I am typically speaking of anyone or people who are creating things. More often than not, that's going to be in the online space a lot. So people who are looking to scale their knowledge, whether it's through courses, speaking, masterminds, things of that nature, books, like you're physically creating something. It could also be products as well. Now, I do have a little bit of a mindset that service is a product and a product is a service. So,
I like that.
But black sheep creator, meaning that you're looking to do it in a way that is uncommon.
Right, right. So is that a part of your backstory? And would you like to share a little bit of that? Because I believe that a lot of times we become a part of a community or a business per se, because of what we've gone through, what we've overcome, some of the challenge that we've overcome or faced or endured, that kind of thing. Is that your story as well?
Yes. Yeah, so I have been fortunate enough to be in business for myself full time for a little over 15 years. However, my background is actually in interior architecture.
Oh,
And
wow.
after getting out of college, I thought, I'll go to work immediately in my field. And then came to find out that after applying to every architecture and interior design company in my region, no one was accepting, they weren't really accepting any new talent, essentially. But the challenge I had was that in order to be licensed, you had to work for a company for at least 2 years. So after submitting, a resume everywhere and getting rejected, I submitted those offers again, this time volunteering. Like I will work for free because I just need the
Right. You're
experience,
trying to
right?
get your foot in the door. Yeah.
And all of those came back as rejected too. So yeah, I couldn't even offer to work for free. So somewhere in there, I decided that I needed to lean on what I knew. I was like, okay, you're gonna have to flip this degree into something else, do something you haven't done before. And I just decided to give myself the job. And I've been doing this ever since. And so there's always a way. There's always a way. But I find that that's more often true than not when we're willing to just lean into ourselves, who we are. So I am definitely on a mission to help people figure out how to do what they do best and get paid handsomely for it.
Love it. Love it. Love it. And I can relate to every bit of that. So let's move forward. Let's talk about this empowerment piece, because as a black sheep creator, you definitely are empowering individuals, especially women, How do you see branding as a tool, and how is this tool used to empower women? Women creators, because we're in a class of our own. And how do you use this branding tool or this branding mechanism, the thing that you do the most? How do you use that to empower women and entrepreneurs?
Ooh, okay, I have two thoughts when it comes to that. The first, I have an analogy that I like to use when kind of explaining the difference between, let's say, branding, marketing, and sales, right? And so I like to think about it as if you were going on a date. Marketing is going to be the platforms that you put yourself out there on. So that's your Tinder, Plenty of Fish, no idea, whatever those platforms are, right? Sales is going to be the actual conversation that you have with someone in order to get them to say yes, to go out on the date.
Right.
However, branding is the thing that makes you attractive in the first place. Without it, you're just putting yourself out there and you don't even know that you're necessarily doing it in a way that is either attractive or effective. So number one, I believe that when your branding is right, you get that right first, then your marketing, design, and sales don't have to work so hard. Right. So speaking very specifically about women, I was actually just having this thought this morning. We as women, we give birth to things. That's our role. We birth life, we birth vision every day. But I think because we actually give birth, literally birth, every second of every day, that we've almost been tricked into thinking that it's something common and that we miss the miracle that is actually there and breathing life into something and sacrificing our bodies, blood, sweat, and tears, the pain that it takes to actually birth something. So for women in particular, when it comes to just empowerment, I feel like first understanding the true miracle that it is for something that we do every day, that we, one, don't lose ourselves into believing that that is common, because it's not. And I think that as women, we have a tendency to lose sight of it. I think as women, because we are givers and nurturers, we also have a tendency to lose sight of all the things that actually make us special, right? To stand out. So the real power of branding is getting back into alignment with all of those things that we do every single day that either get taken for granted or that is just seen as common. It's like, oh, it's just something we do. But those are limited edition ingredients that make you special. You're already differentiated. And if you only understand the power behind all of it, then you can actually use it to build entire platforms, entire worlds, and monetize that value.
Love it. Love it. Love all of the analogies as well. I can relate to that. Even the dating sites for a single woman. Yeah. But I love it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So I want to take a deeper dive. I really want to bring up something else I saw in your bio. I saw in your landscape. I want to talk about unemployable creators. You know, some people use that term loosely. The unemployable entrepreneur. I hear that quite often. It's become a trend. But in unemployable creators, let's talk about that. What does it mean to be unemployable? And explain to us, how do you use that? What context are you using that in as to what your mission? How are you applying this concept to your mission? And what is that? What is the goal for your community when it comes to this?
So you know, I know we've all been there, where someone says something and you can never unhear it, or you see something that you can never unsee, right? And so when it comes to making what I call unemployable money, we get to a point in our journeys, in our entrepreneurship journeys, where you're looking on Indeed, because every business owner at some point is like, you know what, I'm just going to go back to a 9-to-5. So you're searching Indeed and you're looking for anything that comes close to what it is that you do. And then you realize at some point that what they're offering in exchange, the money that they're offering in exchange for this job, is not more than what you are able to make on your own. And then you realize as well that not only can they not pay you what you've made on your own, but you actually have no ceiling or cap on your income possibilities.
Right.
And it's getting to that place, because once you get to that place, you can't unsee what you've seen, and you can't unknow what you know, and you can never go back. And so my mission is to help my clients and anyone that I work with get to that place where you can't unsee it, you can't unknow it, and you can never go back.
Powerful, powerful. So let's talk about inspiration and imitation. Something that a lot of us as women, we don't want to admit to the fact that we could be emulating and imitating others. How can women avoid that trap of imitating others? You know, the imitation, emulate. It's all right to emulate, but as long as you don't copy. But what's your take on that?
I think I have 3 very practical tips when it comes to that. Being a creator, this is actually a very sensitive spot. But number 1 is to actually get clear on your brand. Do the work of truly figuring out what makes you stand out so that you can lean into that. Because I think that often when we fall into the trap of imitation, it's because we lack the clarity on who we are.
Right.
And what it is that we like. So I think that doing the work is important, number 1. But number 2, I would say that, so with me, we're all inspired. Like, you should be inspired every day by people, by things, by the world around us. But when I find that I'm taking in maybe too much content from any one particular person, I tend to actually, I'm like, let's unplug. Let's unplug for a little bit and let's just dive deeper into what I think. All right. So I think that sometimes, I mean, goodness, we can all fall into the trap of just over consuming.
Right.
And I think it's actually quite healthy for our inspiration to unplug, get out into the world, go for a walk, ground yourself, take your shoes off, feel the grass, like be inspired, right? And then I think the third part of that is it's very simple, but is attribution.
Right.
You know, as I was watching backstage before you brought me on, Wendell Jean Jules said, "Do you look like where you're going?" I was like, "Oh,
Yes.
that's awesome." I wrote it
Yes.
down and I
Me too.
attributed his name, right? Like I wrote his name. Oh, he said that. And so when I say that, because I will, because it was brilliant, I will attribute the fact that it came from him. So I think that there's nothing wrong with just attribution, letting people know that this idea came from the original author and that you were very inspired by it, right? And so, and then it's like you can see where this might have inspired your work, but it's not a clear copycat of it.
Right.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
also a book called Steal Like an Artist by Austin Kleon, which he does an amazing job of breaking down what that looks like as a creator, how you can truly be inspired without actually stealing. And
Right.
I would recommend that book for every actually
Is it
right here on my
STIL?
books. Yeah,
Love it.
it's Steal Like an Artist.
Oh, still, duh.
By Austin Kleon. Yeah.
Yeah, I love a good book. I love a good book.
Yeah, so I recommend that. I recommend that for anyone.
Great, great information. Great information. Okay, let's tap into a little bit more about your community. You know, community is king. You know, community is queen. Content is king, right? We get all of that, but building a community is not always easy. How important is it for your community of Black sheep creators to understand the power of their brand, that they are supposed to stand out, that they are a little bit different from the next community? How is important, what, you know, and what role does understanding your brand for the Black sheep creators, how important or what role are they playing or should they play?
As it relates to community or building community?
Yeah, building community.
Yeah, so I have a couple of thoughts I think about community. I think there's community in the traditional sense of the word, how we all think of it, as far as just the people who follow us, our people, our target audience. And so I think that's one type of community. And usually with that, especially with the kind of trend of everyone building platforms for community, and we have this two-way engagement happening where we're conversing with them, sharing knowledge. I think all of that is very important, right? And so my biggest platform for my community is actually my email list, is where I love on my people. I'm constantly sharing inspiration by other, you know, Black sheep creators, constantly encouraging you to come up with what I call a sticky concept, right? That is dripping in, again, your limited edition ingredients. However, I think there's another opportunity with community that is more strategic, that a lot of us don't think to orchestrate because we jump so quickly in just the communication. One of the brands that I think is most successful at this is Portland Leather Co. They sell, you know, handbags, leather handbags, and things like that. But their community is incredible. They have an online community of people who they get these bags in boxes, like surprise subscription. They share the bags online, and then they share all these cool things they've done with it, whether it's like painting on the bags or making some cool charms. They will trade bags. They're like, I already have this one. Does anyone else need this? When you can create so when you can create a brand where the community builds itself around the brand, where they actually push the brand even more than the company, like they become the marketing, because now you've built this world in which they live there. They're inhabitants of your world. I think that's another strategic level of community that a lot of us don't think to figure out how to orchestrate.
Right.
As well. So, yeah.
Okay. I get it. I get it. And I'm processing too. I'm visualizing that too. You're right. Yeah, absolutely right. So you said something earlier, and I know it's in your bio and all that good stuff, but I know it's a word, it's a concept, it's a phrase that you use quite often. And I want you to go back and talk about that a little bit and how it relates to your community. And those words are limited edition. How does that connect with the Black Sheep creators? Tell us what that means.
Yeah, so I have a saying. I say you're born limited edition. And what I mean by that is so often when people tell us, everyone hears this, hears the advice, we're given the advice, you need to brand, you need to create a brand. And then the first thing that we tend to want to do is, okay, we understand that branding means differentiate. We understand that it means stand out. But then we start to look outside ourselves for how to stand out. Like the very first thing we might do is check out the competition, who's in this space. Okay, what are they doing that, you know, I could do different? And then you end up building something ultimately that sometimes can be unsustainable because you're actually building something or you're creating something outside of yourself. But I truly believe that we were born limited edition. There is no one in the world who has your fingerprint. There is no one in the world, unless you're a twin, who shares your DNA. But even so, your own life experiences, the lens through which you see the world, your thoughts, all of these little pieces that I call limited edition ingredients that make you who you are. You are one of a kind. You are one of one. And no one can do what you do. They may be able to do things similar, but no one is you. So starting with something that's already rare, limited edition. There's no need to further differentiate yourself. You just need to mine for those pieces that are already there. And then once you do it, it's unduplicatable. No one can do you better than you. So there's no better brand strategy than that.
Wow. Powerful. Powerful. Love it. So let's get personal because we got a few more minutes and I really want to make use of our time together. I want to get personal.
Let's get personal.
I'm going there.
All right. Let's go.
Well, I'm going to ask you a simple question first because that's going to help me understand my next question. Who are some of your role models? Who are some of the people that you really, you know, you consume their information or you watch them and they're your role models? Talk to us about that.
One of my role models is Miss Nikki Curry. Actually, yes, I was very inspired by your journey. Your journey, your work is actually what inspired me initially to even get into branding hardcore. So you're quite brilliant, and let's not gloss over that. So you're absolutely one of my role models. I would say that the second role model I have in the world of branding is a brand strategist named Kathleen Shannon. She's co-creator of a company called Braid Creative. And I was very inspired by their journey initially because they were just two sisters in Oklahoma who ended up creating a global brand. And I was like, hey, if someone in Oklahoma can do that, then I can do this too. Right. So I found it very inspiring toward the beginning of my own journey.
Right.
And I actually, went to New Orleans to their conference and met them in person. So she's great. And then another person I think that influences my work from a role model standpoint that isn't necessarily in the branding space is Brene Brown.
Yes. Yes.
Right? She's written the book I've also had myself called Atlas of the Heart, right? Atlas of the Heart, I think, was life-changing. I've purchased that book for almost every person in my life because it really demonstrates the power of communication and how important it is that we all are speaking the same language. Wow. Understanding emotional intelligence and vulnerability and how that impacts leadership, how that impacts how we show up, like how much of our hearts we're willing to give to the world, and, which is really important to me. Relatability, vulnerability. These things are powerful and definitely influence my work.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm inspired now. I had to write those names down because I feel like I've heard of Kathleen Chaney, but I'm definitely familiar with Brene Brown. she has created a brand platform around the concept of shame. She has turned it on its head, and she's phenomenal. She's truly phenomenal. Yeah. Yeah.
She actually, and so interestingly enough, I first learned about her because Kathleen Shannon actually branded her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I know that.
So,
okay.
Yep. It was really, really, really cool to see. So yeah, that's some of my female role models anyway.
Right, right. So that brings me to my second to last question. As a brand strategist, you know, you've done phenomenal work over the past 15 years. I know your work. I see your work, and I'm so proud of you. But can you share just at least one short success story with us as to how you've helped your clients with your brand strategy services and the work that you're doing? Because you are definitely providing impact in your community. I love your community, but can you just tell us a short story as to how you've helped your people?
Yeah, so campaigns are near and dear to my heart because they're a very fast way to either garner support or raise money. Like, so I think I specialize in raising money or raising funds in a very short amount of time. So I think one of my favorite campaigns and definitely most successful was actually, sorry, he's grown now, but at the time, this client was actually a teen and his parents invested in his business so that he could work with me. But he had created a sports apparel brand. And before the launch, we needed to raise a certain amount of money in order to be able to manufacture all of the pieces that he needed. So we did just a 24-hour pop-up shop. And it was completely virtual online. Believe this was during COVID. So just setting up that 24-hour blitz of sales and content, we were able to raise more than the goal in order for him to get those items manufactured. And then similarly for a different organization, for Giving Tuesday, we were able to run a summit similar to this. It was a stewardship summit, which also helped them to reach their Giving Tuesday goals. So I love like these kind of blitz campaigns that help you to just bring more money into your business, get more eyes and awareness on what you're doing. I mean, that's black sheep, right? Like how can we do something different that hasn't been brought to the world in order to foster more eyes and funding?
I love it. Yeah, that is definitely diversity, empowerment, inclusion, you know, creating a safe space for that particular community. So as we come to a close, I want you to share with us, leave us a message, give us a message that you would like to leave with women who are considering stepping into their power, their personal power, their brand power as a creator, and maybe even a black sheep creator. What would you say to them?
You were born limited edition. You are extraordinary. There is nothing common about you. There's nothing common about you. And if you just take a chance, bet on yourself, even those of us who are thinking there's nothing special about me, there's nothing special about my story, there is gold. There is gold in every single human. You were born limited edition.
I love it.
That's the message that I would love to leave with everyone.
That's a great closing. Nothing else needs to be said except for how can people contact you? How can they get in touch with you? How can they work with you? Where can they find you?
The best place to find me is actually my website. So that's going to be studio.com. From there, you can hop on my email list. I have a free 5-day challenge that'll help you find those limited edition ingredients and break away from the sheeple. And you may also sign up for a free discovery call on my website. And I've got really great content and articles that you can dive into there too. It's a great way to step into my world.
Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much, Deanna Lindsay Lewis with Brand Smash Studios. She's a phenomenal person to work with. I've had the opportunity to work with her, brand strategist to brand strategist. She is taking me in. I'm sitting at her feet, learning from you. I appreciate you. I really admire you. You empower me every day. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. All right. So we want to thank everyone for joining us today. We want to thank some of our sponsors that have been a part of this program. We thank everyone for tuning in to the show and being a part of this great program. So once again, my name is Nikki Curry. I am from the Image Brand Company. And remember, genius is common. I will see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.